What's going on, everybody? Come on in here so we can get started. Oh, my good Lord. How's everyone doing? Hope everybody's doing well. It's been an interesting couple days, but I am so glad I was finally able to go live tonight. Happy Monday. We're close to Christmas. Hope you guys have enjoyed your weekend. Looking forward to the holiday coming up. I know I am. I had the day off. I spent the day with my kids. I still got a lot of emails to go through. But I just want to thank you guys for tuning in because we got to do this live stream. So, few things we're going to be talking about this evening. Starting with what you guys are seeing on the screen, and then a federal lawsuit that Candace the Dum Dum Owens has somehow landed herself in. Girl, Candace, yet again, you've dipped your face into something you know nothing about. A pump and dump scheme, really. You can't make this stuff up. This is why she asking for money for her. She calls it a security. I think it's for attorneys. Candace gonna be broke as hell for real. Nobody told you to get involved in the pump and dump scheme. No one told you to do that. You did that by yourself. Yeah, so she in it. They have at least 15 co-defendants in this federal lawsuit, you all. And it's taking me a minute to try to go through it. And I'm still going to summarize it because this case is still ongoing. It is in, I think, the Eastern Division of Orlando, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's in the District Court of Florida. And it's still going on. There's been an order that was signed on it. Yes, if you saw the post I put up on the channel because I couldn't go live last night. Plus, it was just too late by the time I got through doing my hair. Me and the kids are having a great week, just having fun and spending time with my boys. So, um, with my babies, they never get too old for that. But I mean, this case is still ongoing. There's been motions and orders and things that's being decided throughout this, and it's supposed to be labeled as a class action suit. So it's got a lot of moving parts to it. So to go over the first complaint would be disingenuous because there's been a third amended complaint filed with this. So I would have to go through the third amended complaint that doesn't speak to all the co-defendants in the third amended complaint. So honestly, I would have to really do the first and then touch on the third one. That's going to take time. That's going to be a video by itself. So I'll give you guys a summary. I'll let you all see the actual overview and a summary I got out of Chat GPT, where you can get at least the most updated information. But as far as a full reading of that initial complaint and the third amended complaint, we'll have to do it in a separate video, you all. You just have to do it in a separate video because if I just throw one out and throw out the third amended complaint, you guys are gonna be like, what the hell happened in between? There's a lot of motions and orders that have been signed and filed in between all of that. NASCAR won their complaint in this overall case. They were one of the co-defendants. They won there. So it's not that the entire case is dismissed. It's just certain moving parts have been going through the court. If I don't go over it to where it makes sense, you guys get lost. And it just takes time to do that. It really does. Court stuff is boring. All right. Court stuff is boring, but I try to make it interesting and fun and do it to where people can keep up and understand what's happening here. And if I'm just throwing information out there to throw it out there, that's disingenuous to you all as well. And I don't want to do that. I want to do it the right way. I personally enjoy reading court docs. I just want to make sure that you guys understand what's happening here. You guys will see when I show the tab on that. But before we get to it, y'all hit the like button. How you doing? Let's get some comments in. I missed you guys. I hope everyone's doing well. What's going on, Francisca? Shout out to my mods. I have the best mods on YouTube. Shout out to Francisca. How you doing, honey? It's almost Christmas time. Now I'm so excited. I hope you guys are as well. Ready for a good meal. What's going on, Blue? Watching Paramount Tactical. He's got a lot of info on this Mitch Snow. He's a known criminal and liar. Oh, yes, he is. Yeah, I have two court docs I'm about to show you all. Since he claimed that he sued the government, right? Y'all see what I got up just still. And it's crazy because it's only literally two documents that have been uh posted up to this docket going back to 2022 and 20 another order from March of 2025. But he claims he spent so much money on litigation. Yeah, we'll go over that in a second. Paramount Tactical is live. I'll have to check out his video when we get done. Y'all see what's up. I had that up so you guys can see there is a court case on this. And it's closed. I don't understand what the guy's talking about. Whatever lawsuit he has against the government, this is the only thing I've been able to find against any government agency, the Department of the Interior. So I'm sitting here like, okay, the last Candace show we did was the one from Thursday of last week where she interviewed this clown. And then she's like, oh, I'm going to help you raise money. They still have this gifts and go thing going on. It's like a GoFundMe. It's just named something else, but it's the same thing. He's raised over $135,000 for a matter that is closed. But he didn't tell what the case number is or give case details of the actual lawsuit he has with the federal government. He didn't say any of that. So you leave it up to people to have to guess and assume and just search by his name. And the only thing I come up with was what he filed against the Department of the Interior. And that thing has been closed for failure to prosecute. We'll go over it. You can't make this up. So what the hell he raising money for? And Candace hasn't given him a dime of her money because Candace, you haven't. You can say all day you're going to match something. That's a damn lie from the pit of hell, and you know it. You're not matching anything. Because what attorneys is he still paying for? To say I'm helping this guy recover what? He failed to prosecute. What the hell he trying to recover? Y'all, we look at it. What's going on, Caleb? How you doing? Y'all, make sure you hit the like button and put the number of your like that you are in the chat for me. Let's get things going. I appreciate you all so much. Yep, 2.0. How you doing, honey? What's going on? I'm going to put y'all comments up. I appreciate you all for tuning in. What's going on, Mira? Oh, shout out to everybody. Hello, LLC Mods and Luxus fam. I've gotten so many of you guys' emails. I still have to go through them, but I've been responding as I see some of them that I can quickly respond to. For others, if you sent me like links to videos or information for me to read and go through. One of you guys sent me, I think Amy sent me a Reddit page, and I'm sitting here like, oh man, Candace is over here on Reddit. Candace, you over there on Reddit talking about TPUSA tax documents. You don't know how to read them. and you're trying to bring up an issue that's worse than what you did with Blexit, because we went over that. Y'all, we still have another LLC to go over with Blexit, because they sound like shell companies to me. In my personal opinion, it sounds like shell companies you were paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to every year, Candace. One of which is connected to Parlor Inc. You got the audacity to sit here and talk about TPUSA, that nonprofit organization you don't work for anymore. You're no longer affiliated or associated with. But yet, TPUSA took on Blexit. Funny how that works. So unless you're trying to say, Candace, TPUSA should not have taken on Blexit because of all these shady ties to these weird-ass LLCs with Blexit, then what is your purpose? Because you're not pointing out anything that's just so astounding. She doesn't know how to connect dots. She's not an investigator. She's not a journalist. So what the hell is the purpose? She's saying they're stealing, they're doing fraud, all this other stuff she can't prove. We're still waiting on that FBI text message. She's a clown. Anyone watch Candace? I haven't seen her new episode up. I didn't see a new episode up. We haven't gone over the episode on Friday, so that we will cover tonight. Because I do want to be caught up in case she does do something. I think my brother Jay Witt. Shout out to Jay Witt podcast, you guys. Shout out to him for tuning in with us on Saturday as well, as we had a fantastic conversation with Nick Brooks, and he did a live today. Jay Witt did a live today. I don't think it covered her show. I don't think she went live today, but that's just based on what I saw in her on her channel, because I was gonna cover it tonight, but I don't see anything new. Maybe she hadn't. Who knows? Let's see here. Everybody speak to everybody. Hope you all are well. Hey, Glory, how you doing, honey? Is that me? Number 4. What's going on? No reply. How you doing? Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Let's get started. It's 90 people watching. I want to make sure it's 90 people that have hit that like button. Y'all, we have 30,000 supporters in the LLC. It's a fantastic reason to celebrate. We hit it. 30,000 supporters in the LLC. I refreshed and we hit the number, you all. We had been so close for days, and I was like, oh, come on. Let's do it. You're enjoying this great content here in the LLC. Hit that sub button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit the like button. Let's keep this content up in the algorithm, because people need to see this. Candace, you sitting here raising money for this clown, right? So let's take a look at Justia. Because Justia saying, this is the only case I've been able to find. Just so y'all can see it. Only case I've been able to find dealing with Mitchell Snow and any government agency that he's suing. So this is case number 23-1196, filed back on November 30th, 2022. This went to U.S. Court of Appeals, Federal Circuit. And then you guys see here the 2 dates where these orders were filed. They're orders from the court. So the first one was back on May 11, 2023. And the second one here was back on March 5th, 2025, earlier this year. This is the only docket entry you see here. Basically, appeal docketed received November 18, 2022. I'm seeing an appeal, but I'm not seeing the actual case. And I'm just kind of like, what the heck is going on here? So he had an attorney based on this second document here, but we're going to take a look at this first one, because it looks like it just looks like he was by himself. He was pro se, but I'm just showing you all what I read. Oh, shoot. Let me go back. Go back. Okay. So if you all see here, oh, man. There we go. Let me share this tab. Look at this. Candace. This right here says this. I want to make sure you all can see this. This is the first document. It's basically, it's an order. And of course, non-precedential, meaning it does not set precedents. There's no landmark ruling or anything, where precedence has been established. It's as simple as this. You have Mitchell Snow, petitioner v. Department of the Interior, respondent, 2023-1196, petition for review of the Merit Systems Protection Board and number, and then there's this, DC-07 52-22-0107-I-1. And here's the order. Petitioner having failed to file an appendix required by Federal Circuit Rule 30A within the time permitted by the rules, it is ordered that the petition for review be and the same hereby is dismissed for failure to prosecute. In accordance with the rules. Candace, he didn't do shit. You failed to prosecute. You're failing to basically bring forth a complaint to the court. You're failing to go to court to say, here's the problem. Here's the filings. And he didn't do whatever he was supposed to do within a timely manner. What the hell are they raising all this money for? Why is this a thing? $135,000 for what? His Christmas is about to be merry and bright. But it damn sure ain't got nothing to do with an attorney. So is he trying to file another lawsuit again? How's this going? Yeah, this is so weird. It doesn't make sense. Oh, I'm not gonna. I have it. So you sent me something. Thank you. I appreciate you all. Thank you all so much. I got my research to Michael Yon tonight. There's a huge expose coming on Mitch. Oh yeah, I'm good. Somebody go get her. Because this is crazy. Y'all seeing this? Failure to prosecute. See, you can't make this stuff up. Look, I just see proof over. I asked her not to show it. I'm not gonna show it. If you don't want me to show it, I'm not gonna show it. I'm not gonna show it. Don't worry, no reply. I won't show because this is something I just pulled up. This is public information that I'm showing you all here. So anytime you guys send me something, you say, "Hey, don't show that out." I won't show it out because this is insane. Yeah, this is the order from May 11, 2023. Can't make this up. Whatever it is. So I don't know any other lawsuit or anything that exists because he talked about, going after the government and blah, 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 right? And the first thing I said when we was doing that marathon, all right, I said, where are the court docs? What is the case number? So this is all I could find about Mitchell Snow and any government agency. And it says here, he failed to follow a court rule to get some stuff in within a timely manner, and therefore failed to prosecute the case just to get it moving in the court. It just sat there. This is, man, you can't make this stuff up. So what is he whining and complaining about? So I don't know what's going on. I really don't. But this is where we are, people. You all see that order? Y'all see it? I know you want your solid LCL church. Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Paramount Tactical getting on his ass. Good. Everybody need to get on his ass. Because he's raising $135,000 so far out of people. Now, let me tell you something. I don't stop people from giving money to somebody. I give you a heads up. Like I said, I put out the information, I put out the facts, and people take from that what they want. Right? I'm not here to dissuade anybody from anything because the candy asses, the cult members, they can't stand that. They hate that. They hate when you try to tell them like, this dude he's a con artist. He forgot there were cameras around all over that base, no video footage, no photos. He didn't take a photo. He's claiming he saw Erica Kirk, some random dude. He know who Brian Harpole is, even though he said he didn't know how anyone looked at TPUSA except Charlie Kirk. So he's lying in the same statement. She's always lying and being hypocritical and contradicting herself in the same statement. Literally, she could start a statement off saying one thing and then say the complete opposite in the second half of the statement. That's how bad of a liar Candace Owens is. Because you lie like hell, Candace. And then she get mad when people don't believe him. Girl, we don't owe you that. We don't owe you nothing. What's going on, Poetry Princess? How you doing? What's happening? Yeah, I am on one tonight. So this is what we are. Timu journalist Candace. That's so funny. Hit the like button for me, y'all. Oh boy. Mariah Carey's I'm obsessed plays in my head every time this live passes. Does it? I don't listen to Mariah Carey like that. She's another one who does not pay my bills. You can't make this stuff up. I have no idea what that song is like. Tammy said, wasn't he just attested or something like that? Who knows? I don't know. He said he had a lawsuit going against the government. And Candace, of course, it's like, oh, hey, Carrie. Hi, everyone. I'm a little late getting here, but I'm here. Welcome in. You're not too late. Yeah, you're not too late. But she was the one saying, oh, we're raising money to help him with his legal fund and his legal defense and all this other stuff. We may not be able to take care of all of it, but, we can help ease his burden. Now, Candace, you go ahead and take care of all of it. You're the one that's worth $244 million. Like, her and George got all these millions of dollars here. Why can't you just give the guy 2-3 million for him to pay off his legal fees if he's got some case out here? I asked for the court docs. This is all I can find. Failure to prosecute. You can't make this up. Yeah, yeah. The crazy part is that they haven't linked it with Jan yet, but they are both Green Berets. I got that info. Yeah, because many military individuals, personnel, military service, active duty service members, and veterans should be pissed off at the Candace Owens interview. Whatever she did to him, the squabble. I won't even call it an interview. That's almost like giving it credence to try to legitimate that nonsense. It was a squabble between two chicken heads. Two chicken heads, one named Candace Owens and the other named Mitch Snow, played around, figured out how to do a Zoom hearing, a Zoom video, and they had some squabble between each other. That's it. And that's what we watched on Thursday. Because I cannot dignify that to be an interview. I just can't do it. So amongst their chicken head squabble, he put it out there that he was filing a lawsuit or was a part of some litigation and had court documents filed against the government. He didn't say which agency. He was not specific at all. He just said the government. Okay. So when you're not specific and you can't say what the case ID number is, or at least what agency you're allegedly suing here, then you leave it to us to have to sit here and figure that out. And if good journalists are going to research some of this stuff and look it up, to try to see what's going on, you're talking about suing our government. And then you're asking for the public's help with this financially. You have a whole GoFundMe out here on some secondary, go serve, find whatever website. And you've raised well over $130,000. Like I said, I put the information out there. I'll let the cult members handle however they want to. But people are still donating towards it. The least he could have done was put up the actual court documents. They couldn't even manage to do that. Candace, you couldn't even manage to do one thing right. At least show the court documents. Valid court documents. And what we're seeing is a failure to prosecute. Because this stuff just can't write itself. So unless there is valid legal court documents out here somewhere on earth that can be posted up, because Candace is not going to do it. I'm like, what? Why are people giving him money for attorney fees? What legal fees he's got? This was back in 2023. Y'all see the date on this order? You can't make this stuff up. It's 2023. They said he failed to prosecute in accordance with the rules. He failed to file an appendix required by Federal Circuit Rule 30A, sub A, within the time permitted by the rules. Because court rules also matter when it comes to these proceedings. Candace, you'll learn that the hard way when the Macrons mollywop you in court. And apparently, this class action lawsuit as well. Candace, I love this so much. The fact that you're being sued left and right. Yeah. I am just absolutely loving this. You decided to participate in some pump and dump scheme with a meme coin that, let's face it, people who were bored, especially during COVID, and they were out of work, desperate time calls for desperate measures. You have people out here literally creating fake meme coins and then trying to pass that off as crypto. And then lied about this being traded publicly in the stock market as if it had some level of value to it when it didn't have any value at all. We'll get to that in a second. But that was what was Candace was a part of. This guy right here, it's just, I don't know if it's stolen valor. I don't know. I haven't seen a DD-214 from him either. No one has shown that. The ID cards, these cards that he sent to her, so heavily redacted. One of them was completely blurred out. The other two were so heavily redacted, you couldn't read anything, not even the name on the cards. If we know his name, why redact his name on the cards? Make that make sense? He's supposed to be running and hiding out from bad guys that are after him. But yet he goes on Candace show. And then people start learning who he is and realize she said his name is Mitch. She didn't even keep that story consistent about him being Harry Meyer. Because she knows she wouldn't be able to do that. But why come out into the public if the bad guys aren't in prison? If you don't have any level of protection, you're afraid, but you come out and you go along with this ruse. He took pictures of him being outside in the same black polo he just so happened to be wearing when he was having this squabble with Candace. This is insane. And the only thing I can find as far as him and a government agency going to court, his incompetent ass couldn't even follow court rule. He failed to prosecute. So they told him, go sit your ass down somewhere. Go sit down. So let's go to the other document because it was two of them. Yeah, it's two of these documents here. So we're back on this one on Justia dockets and filings. There's one from March 5th. What does that say? Lord have mercy. This one is, and you guys can see, filed March 5th, 2025. That was this year. This is also non-precedential because no precedence has been set because he didn't do shit. So this is Mitchell Snow, petitioner v. Department of the Interior. Judgment. Devon Miller, law offices of Patrick J. McAndrew. Now, this is the one I said where he had an attorney representing him. I don't know why. So you go from 2023 to 2025. You get an attorney. Why didn't you start with one? This lawsuit was allegedly filed in November 2022 based on Justia. This was filed back on November 30th, 2022. And this is with the appellate court. So you get to the appellate level and you don't even pursue it and move forward with it. That's back on 2023. Here we are, 2025. There's another order. This is a judgment. Once again, petition for review of the Merit Systems Protection Board. And then you guys see the same DC case number here. There's a judgment given. And then you have the attorneys listed for the petitioner, Devon Miller, or Devon, it could be, I don't know. I'm just going to say Devon Miller. Law offices of Patrick J. McAndrew, Greenbelt, MD, argued for petitioner. And then Albert S. Erosi, Commercial Litigation Branch, Civil Division, U.S. Department of Justice, Washington, D.C., argued for respondent. Also represented by Brian M. Boynton, Eric P. Bruskin, Patricia M. McCarthy. This cause, having been heard and considered It is ordered and adjudged. Per curiam, affirmed. Basically, they affirmed what they said in 2023. Per curiam, per curiam, sorry, per curiam means unanimous. So when you file an appeal, what you end up having is what's known as a judicial panel. There might be 2 to 3 judges on that panel, maybe even 4, depending on which level you're at. The Supreme Court, of course, has what, seven judges, 11. I mean, is it 9? Why do I not know that? I think it's 7. Yeah, whatever. It's an odd number, and then you got the tiebreaker being the Chief Justice. So here with this appellate level court, federal circuit, I think it was 3: Prost, Toronto, and Stark. These are the 3 judges here. Y'all see that? Circuit judges. They unanimously decided their the previous ruling they gave, where they dismissed it because you failed to prosecute, was affirmed. So why get an attorney, waste this damn money, accrue all of those billable hours for the judge to say, for the court to say the same damn thing? Y'all, it's just barely 2 pages here. We're barely at 2 pages. They said, affirm, bye, get your ass out of here. You wasting our time. We got things to do. No one had to come here for this, to tell you the same old thing over again. Why are you here? This guy is full of crap. It's so crazy. And Candace does not care about her cult members because they're helping this clown raise all this stupid money, and for what? $135,000, and for what? Let's see where it is, because every time you refresh it, oh look, it went up. 135,625. They're still giving him money, and they can't even see what the court documents are. This is insane. Hey, Proudly, bro, how you doing, honey? Yeah, he's like, Candace validation. You can't make this up. VFT has even changed his take on the bullet. It's like a spell Candace has put on people, but when you break out of that spell, you are free to see the truth. Yeah, Candace, you don't run shit in my house, girl. That's why I say exactly what I want to say. You don't pay my rent. Child boo. They claim Israel's giving me $7,000. I'm still waiting on whatever. This is so crazy. Yeah, this is what happens when you get, when you get evidence up. This is what happens, Candace, when he says he's suing the government and he can't say what that means. The government said, the court said, bye, Felicia. And it's like, you came back again March 5th, 2 years later, almost 2 years later. Then you got an attorney that argued for you. And then you had the whole government, the Department of the Interior. Of course, they're going to be represented by our Department of Justice. It's like the government having attorneys to represent itself, to which is entitled to have some level of defense for. So no one should expect any government agency to not have a representation. Just like everyone individually is entitled to representation, so is government agencies. And they came in and they said, okay, we heard all this before. You said what you said. Unanimously, we're deciding for you to kick rocks. We've already told you this. We're upholding that ruling. We're not going through this no more. And here you can go see Federal Circuit R 36. There you go. Bye. Y'all, you can't make this stuff up. So, I mean, honestly, what more is there to do? When he was not specific in the lawsuit that he said he was pursuing against the government, and he just said, random buzzwords to try to make it seem like, he's just doing something so important. Yeah, no, that's not how this works. That's not how this works. I can still see the court documents. Unless they are redacted, there should still be a case initiated. But you can't even, this is the only case I could find. I ain't find anything else. Now, you all see something else? Let me know. Say, here's the lawsuit. If it's the Department of the Interior, these are the rulings from the appellate court. That means they basically said he failed to prosecute, so they dismissed it. Kick rocks, go home, leave us alone. That's it. You can't force the courts to bend and manipulate to your will. That's not how it works, Candace Owens. You will find out the hard way. We're here for it. We're all here to watch Candace Owens find out the hard way how things work in court. She will lose terribly. I guess she figured, if I'm going to lose, I might as well just double down and keep calling somebody a man. Because she knows she's not winning that. But she brought that on herself. I have no sympathy. Candace, you're a grown ass woman with 4 kids. I only feel bad for the kids. That's it. I don't even feel bad for boys club, because he grown too, and he letting this stuff happen. He gonna, oh man, he's gonna be writing so many checks for judgments being issued against his dumb wife. Like, another 10 mil. I have to write a check for another 10 million. Why are we doing this? Because she won't stop running her mouth and lying. No, Candace, keep talking so they can just keep gathering evidence against you. That's how this goes. You run your mouth, they gather evidence. Like Tim Pool said, when she starts to talk, when she opens her mouth and says the things that she says, that's when litigation begins. That's not even I've been saying that. That's not a euphemism. Candace, that's a part of your reality, girl. You have no idea what people are planning on doing. I know they're sick and tired of her nonsense. So if only TPUSA and Erica Kirk would just drop a federal lawsuit, we'll all be happy. And it would just be done and over with. At least it takes the guesswork out of it. No, man, what's going on now? Candace said, imagine designing Candace Owens as a chicken head and sounding like a chicken head. Maybe you should actually try getting information firsthand instead of going after the ones doing something. What's she doing? What's she doing? I missed it. I must have missed what she's doing. Now, tell her to tell us the name of that French government employee, that high ranking one, that told her payments were going through Club de Sant. Tell us, tell us that name. Oh, how about this? Show us the payments. We're still waiting for that. Oh, and that FBI text message she sent to that high ranking official, even though she doesn't trust the feds. I wouldn't tell somebody about my problems and sit here and say someone's after me. What happened to that whole somebody's trying to assassinate Candace Owens from the country of France? What happened with that? It seems to get put to the wayside because she thought some clown was going to come in and say, I was in the military. Believe me when I tell you, I saw so and so on this military base, despite all the cameras that probably would never prove any of that crap. The end. He stayed in a hotel footage. He would have been hotel. He would have been captured on hotel footage. So if we get video footage from these hotels and the military base or whatever comes out, let's say people just start posting this stuff up because they're sick of Candace Owens lying like hell. It'll just make her look even worse. I'll leave it to the chicken heads to support the other chicken heads. I mean, squabble, squabble. I owe her nothing. I made that very clear. The clowns come in here and they come at their own peril. They come at their own peril. Are we gonna have some fun on them tonight? So they're being victims of Kennedy's viewers and trolls, even though they literally are in love with her content and talk to her. Candace cursed Dollywood. They were shutting down permanently. I told you all that last week. Where you all been? I told you all Dollywood was shutting down. I said Dollywood is shutting down. It was like right after what? Last week. Yeah, it was beginning of last week. That's when I said, Boys Club can go hit the corners of Dollywood since they're not open. Yeah. Candace, everything you touch just seems to die. Just have no idea. That's why Candace should not get near Erica Kirk. Just don't even touch them. It makes no sense. Candace, you're a plague. You can't make this up. Is that the LGB coin? My God, she's washed. Yeah. Yep. We're gonna get to that one next. This is the one for the only lawsuit I could find against any government agency from Mitchell Snow. So let's go to the overview for this is the federal lawsuit. Candace Owens, it's like a class action lawsuit. She's been named in as a co-defendant regarding this LGB meme coin here. So if you all see the Ford v. Cotulus, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but there's several other parties. This is the case number 22-CV-00652. And you guys can see here, this was filed back on April 1st of 2022. And this is a fraud lawsuit. So they're alleging, of course, fraud because they're saying these meme coins, which had no value to it, were promoted by all of these, people like Candace and other conservatives, people like influencers, companies like NASCAR, and had investors excited about buying these coins, which really gives it the value that it has because they're not valuable on the market, right? They only become valuable when they're actually being traded on the market and they're giving some level of valuation. So they determine how much they sell for versus what type of profit you can earn from selling or, trading the coins. And then, of course, if they take a hit, what does that loss look like? That helps to determine what the value is of that coin. But when you create a coin out of nowhere, and then you get all of these influencers, people on social media, like Candace wants to sit here and say, hey, you guys go buy these coins, right? Coins might be like $10 a coin. I'm just throwing out a number for an example. The $10 is what the initial rate is to buy one coin. But let's say you get 10 coins. And then Candace sees, oh, these coins are selling pretty fast. Let me bump it up now to like $12. So they're selling up the base price for 10, plus she's getting a $2 profit. So what she does is she gets people to buy all these coins based on how many ever number of coins have been created. There could be a limit to them depending on what, it's the law of supply and demand. So based on what the developer wants to do or whatever these people trying to do that created the coin, maybe they set a limit to the coins to try to increase the value. So you can only buy so many out there because it's only so many made. And then you can make a little profit off of it. Well, if they never get to market and get traded, nothing happens where you just got people buying the coins or they're telling you to buy them. They get a whole boatload and then they say, hey, hold the coins. And when, we start putting them out there, then people can start buying them and we'll start selling them. Well, what they start doing is they sell it up front. They'll tell everybody else to hold them, but they start selling theirs. They're making money, but they don't tell their platform, they don't tell their audience that they're actually selling their coins. So Candace buys 100, but she doesn't tell everybody else she's bought 100. She didn't tell everybody that she's about to sell them. So when she sells them, she's able to sell them and get a profit. So she's getting all that cash coming in. Meanwhile, other people in her audience just sitting on these coins. And then what happens is once she gets rid of all of hers and she's made the money she's going to make, so they pump them out and then they just dump them out onto everyone else. Once they've gotten rid of them, then they tell everybody, oh, okay, here's how much the peak they've sold for. Now you all can buy these coins or you can start selling them. Then they realize these coins don't have any value to it. They mean nothing. But Candace has already sold hers without telling people. And now she gets all the profit. She gets all that money. This was going on so bad. You had other celebrities getting charged by the SEC, including Kardashian. It's funny, Candace, you become another Kim Kardashian. No different than what Kim Kardashian did. And a lot of those celebrities involved in it, you have, man, there's the kid in jail from FTX. He's in prison. He had a whole fraud company. FTX was one big Ponzi scheme. And the worst thing is he's not the only person that had these fake coins out here. FTX was just a whole fake company. But they did the same thing. Except they were going for high investors that had millions of dollars. And they just created these fake coins, told people that these were valuable. People bought them, and then turned around and realized they just stuck with all these fake coins that may or may not even exist. And if they do, they have no value. They're worth pennies. And of course, people got mad. Sam Bankman-Fried is sitting in prison. Oh, he in prison. That's a smaller scale of what Candace did. It's a pump and dump. So this is what you have here. And you have this class action lawsuit that started at, let me ascend so you guys can see where it started. Back on April 1st of 2022. So this is the original complaint with some attachments with it. I'm going to go over that in a separate video, but because there's a third amended complaint with this, more than likely that's going to be what the judge considers when they do start hearings for the other co-defendants. There's been some side hearings on motions and things of that nature. But as far as the complaint of the original co-defendants, because this is long. If y'all see this, this is, God, it goes on forever. Look at all of this all this entries in here that's been made here. All this movement to this case. I mean, and I'm scrolling for days. So you may have some motions that were specific to certain co-defendants, and then those co-defendants filed motions against the co-plaintiffs, and it's just back and forth. I mean, you guys can see how long this is going, right? All the way down to December of 2025, where you have this page 104. Look at that, page 104. So I dropped this link in the chat. You guys can go on this website. This is just a docket. Some of the information, some of the documents, you can click on it and it'll pull up. You can download the PDF. If you see this here, buy on Pacer, you got to pay for that. I have a Pacer account, but if I had to get all these court documents, it would cost me hundreds of dollars. I don't care if you see 20 cents. That's per page. So it would cost a shit ton of money to get the entire docket for this case. Plus, I don't need all of it to really go over the bulk of it. I just need to know where the status is with the remaining co-defendants. And that third amended complaint that has the co-defendants listed, that's going to be the one that the judge, go ahead and allow it to flow through the court. Because you can file a complaint, but if it's amended, they want to go with the most recently amended complaint. So here you go. I had to give a synopsis. Yeah, we like artichokes. What's going on, mister? How you doing? Artichokes in here? Hey, Manny, I see you up in here. Oh, Lord. I had to give a synopsis so y'all can understand this pump and dump scheme stuff. A lot of people lost a lot of money with these fake meme coins and, fake BTC coins, all this stuff. I mean, I, researched and reported on a whole crypto scam company called Novatech. Novatech was not as, it generated a lot of revenue fraudulently, took in 1.83 billion internationally, but the owners, see, people didn't know who they were. The Petions, they understood how to stay quiet. At least they weren't really all over social media like that, and when they did come out and do a video, or they did some sort of a meeting or something with their so-called, with the pyramid scheme, the pyramid leaders, the sponsors, the ones who went out and, the promoters that went in and brought in people into the pyramid scheme, to to their stupid Ponzi scheme. They realized they were getting scrutinized every time they would go out on social media, so they learned how to, they fled with the Panama somewhere, wherever they went, and they shut up. So that's the difference between like a Sam Bankman-Fried and a Cynthia and Eddie Pettion. But they were huge Ponzi schemes. They were crypto scams. And Sam Bankman-Fried was just hanging out with people who were famous. He was arrogant with his. Cynthia Pettion literally called herself Reverend CEO Cynthia Pettion. So she too weaponized Christianity. She didn't believe in it. The text messages named in the SEC complaint. If you guys have time, I have a whole playlist on my channel where I researched and reported on them on Novatech. They were scamming people internationally from all over the world. Other countries, Canada had hearings against them. They received cease and desist orders from at least 3 states in the US alone, one from Canada. They caught it. And then they realized their Ponzi scheme just fell through and it collapsed and it bottomed out. Then that's when you didn't hear from them. And I mean, it was to a point where I called it. I said, y'all, she's gonna stop doing these because she realized she sounds dumb. This Reverend CEO Cynthia Pettion is like another version of Candace Owens, if you can believe it or not. Except the Reverend CEO Cynthia Pettion, that chicken head was not all over social media. She learned how to go somewhere and get the hell on. But the SEC went after her, finally got charges filed against Novatech FX last year, where she was named. Of course, the founders, the CEO and her husband, her brother, all those clowns that were promoting that Ponzi scheme, they all got named. And that's what you see here. Same thing. This whole, why Candace want to get herself involved in this, I don't know, but she did. And there are 4 pages of this stuff here. So what I did was I just kind of did descending so you all can see the most recent documents affiliated with this. On December 22nd, there's an order on motion for miscellaneous relief. The petitioner has been granted some relief from an order from a summary judgment, but this is just for part of the actual complaint and not the entire complaint overall. And since this is a class action, there are a lot of moving parts. So you all can see the parties over here. Defendant Alexander Hope Mascioli. I'm probably going to mispronounce the names. Alex Mascioli, it might be the same person. I don't know. Eris George Michalopoulos. They have all this representation. So you can see the defendants listed and then their attorneys that's representing them on the side here. I just want to make sure everybody understands so far where we at with this. Oh man. Hey, Tavares, how you doing, honey? What's going on? Hey, status quo, what's going on? I haven't heard from you in a minute. I was just here for y'all in the chat. Oh, thank you. Say, oh shit. About to go back. What's happening? I see y'all up in here. What's going on, Mister? If I hit it any harder, I have to change my mind. Change my name to Mitch. Yeah, I'm calling Mitch and Candace chicken heads now because they having squabbles and stuff no one cares about. So you guys make sure if you just not tuning in, the only lawsuit I saw from Mitchell Snow against the government was the Department of the Interior and the Federal Circuit Court. In an appeal he filed, told him to kick rocks twice. He failed to prosecute based upon court rule. He didn't move forward with the case. So I don't know why he's raising money for legal fees and some sort of legal defense when I haven't seen any open pending lawsuits or anything against any government agency from a Mitchell Snow. That chicken head that was on Candace's show on Thursday. Nothing. So They seen him find all his getting all this money. Oh, thank you, Scar. How you doing? What's going on? So you guys can see here. Here is the link to court listener for that class action lawsuit where Candace Owens has been named as a co-defendant in a pump and dump scheme for an LGB meme coin. It's supposed to be "Let's Go Brandon." Candace, I thought everything was fake and gay girl. Oh, I'm gonna rub it in, you heifer. Girl, you about to see a lot of courtrooms in your day. 36 years old with 4 kids, and you got, boys club sitting around doing nothing, I guess. And you got a whole class action lawsuit you caught up in. A federal lawsuit at that. Yeah, this is in federal court. Them federal judges do not play that BS. Don't go to their courtrooms with that nonsense and buffoonery. They don't give a damn about cult leaders, cult members, and none of that stuff in there. You don't run those courthouses. I keep telling you that, Candace, you run nothing, you chicken head. You can't make this up. Oh, this is funny to me. So y'all can see all the co-defendants here. Austin Fletcher. I don't know any of these people. Brandon Built Motorsports, LLC. Brandon Brown. Brandon Leslie. Candace Owens with no attorney. Why you don't have an attorney? Candace, where the hell your attorney at? Don't you have 3 of them for the Macron lawsuit? Y'all see this? Candace Owens. No attorney. Nothing next to her name. So the 3 attorneys on the Macron lawsuit, neither one of them can represent you in this. Candace, you're going to lose like hell. This is why you don't put... Listen, I don't deal with Bitcoin and stuff like that to the Luxters here in the LLC. I'm not talking to the candy ass cult members right now. Y'all can sit down somewhere and listen for a second because I'm not talking to you all. I'm talking to the Luxters. I would never ever put anything I can't verify myself before you all and then tell you all to buy something. I would never do that. Even with my Dr. Squatch soap partnership I have, y'all can get Dr. Squatch products, truth be told, out of Walmart. Okay. I get a commission on the sales when you buy the product. But you get the product. If you don't receive it, you can call and get a refund and cancel it. And then I just don't get the commission. I would never want people to feel duped. I would never want anyone to get taken advantage of or to sit here and to say, hey, click on the products, get Dr. Squatch soap products and all this, deodorant, all these things. And you place an order. You don't get the product, but your debit or credit card gets charged. And then you guys are reaching out to me saying, hey, what's going on? I ordered some Dr. Squatch products. I didn't get it. Now, I'm not the one selling them, but as, Lady Luck here in the LLC, I feel that I would have some responsibility in making sure that if I'm sponsored by or I have a partnership to sell products for whatever company, I don't care what it's for, and you guys don't get the product you ordered, I would have a huge problem with this company. I would have a big problem with Dr. Squatch. And I'd be cussing them out. I probably would call them and cuss them out on live. So y'all can see and hear what's happening. You will be able to contact a real customer service department. You will be able to get your refund process. I would never sit here and tell my audience, to tell any of the supporters here in the LLC, buy this stuff over here. I got a tag to my videos and you can't even actually get the product. I would never do that. That's disingenuous and you're perpetuating a fraud, especially once you learn that people aren't getting the product they purchased. And then I'm still telling you all to buy it, knowing that people aren't receiving it. That would be fraudulent of me. Would that not be? Let me know. Would that not be considered fraud if I sat here and I knew damn well, hypothetically, Dr. Squatch is sitting here taking these orders, but they're not sending out the soaps? And then you all are telling me I'm reading your emails and everything, and then I still ignore it and tell you all to keep buying it. Wouldn't that seem fraudulent of me to do that? Put a one in the chat if you think so. Put a two in the chat if you don't. Because I wouldn't dare do that. This girl knew she was sitting here pumping out these damn coins that had no value. Unless Candace really is that stupid. This is Candace Owens. You've been named in this mean LGBT meme coin pump and dump scheme. Candace, if you even brought it up and you encouraged your platform to buy this stupid coin, knowing it didn't have any value or that it was not really being sold and traded on an open market with any value, you knew something was wrong with that because you claim to have discernment and all, you chicken head. Squabble, squabble. You knew that. You effed up. Now you got named in a class action lawsuit. Manny with the 3. Lady Luck Club, why the hell are you asking us this dumbass question? See, that's how real and raw I can get. I at least give you all the option to say, yeah, that was a stupid ass question, Lady Luck. You know damn well we all consider that to be fraud. What's going on, Fox? So shout out to my moms. Shout out to the virus. How you doing, honey? Yes, we're going to be doing Umar. We're going to get to Umar because he's got some stuff going on with him and 50 Cent. And Umar, 50 Cent will crush your soul and not even lose a second of sleep. You better ask Ja Rule. He took that whole man's career down the drain. 50 Cent does not mind ethering someone's soul. Why would you want to get in a tuffle with him? Umar, you're not that talented. You're not that smart. So we got to talk about that. It's going to be a whole nother video. Umar here trying to go head to head with 50 Cent. You better stop. You're 50 Cent somewhere laughing, saying, I just dropped a documentary about Diddy. Who is Umar? Unemployed. Umar's still unemployed. He ain't got no job. Can't make this out. Oh, man. Shout out to y'all. Is Tatum named in this filing? You know what? That's a good question. Let me see. Yeah, this is going alphabetically. I'm assuming by the first name. So unless he changed his name from Brandon Brown to Brandon Tatum, that ain't him. I don't see him in here. But I mean, if he had any dealings with it, they would add him as a co-defendant if they had to, or they at least, do a separate complaint. But I mean, he claims that he barely worked for Blexit with 5 hours a week coming in based on tax documents. You can't make that stuff up. Who the hell gets a job for 5 hours a week? What kind of nonsense is that? That's about the time you can spend on a phone call in a meeting. Why are you the VP and you only working 5 hours a week as the VP and director of a company? That's how shady that shit was. They couldn't even get their own vice president to work more than 5 hours a week. You can't make this so stupid. You can't make that up. Easiest money he's never made, really. Because the money he was given is basically what I guess she gave him just because he existed, not because he actually earned it. So when I hear Candace Owens walking around talking about, oh, you got to pull yourself up by the bootstraps and you got to go out here and earn a living. And all that. Okay, well, go tell that Brandon Tatum clown that. He didn't earn shit. 5 hours a week, you're not earning nothing. That's called a hammy. You put money on a silver platter and you just handed it to him. No vice president of any reputable company or reputable company with good standing works only 5 hours a week. It's asinine. They didn't even try hard. You can't make this. At least if she was doing 30, he should have been doing like 25. Like, there's no logic and just realism in that. It's gone. And then I heard Brandon Tatum out here crying and whining and throwing tantrums all over the internet. Will you kick rocks? You're a grown man. Why are you upset over people calling you out for not telling your friend right from wrong? You keep trying to defend her. That rebelliousness gets you nowhere, Brandon Tatum. You or Megyn Kelly. She out here dropping the F-bomb and getting mad at everybody. Girl, please. You making litigators look bad. You got attorneys that already go around lying like hell in court. You already got some corrupt judges out there. You're making it. You're validating our distrust in court systems. I don't have a complete distrust, but boy, I tell you right now, in the last 3 or 4 years, my trust of the legal justice system, which it dropped down like 88 notches. People like Megan Kelly don't come and make it any better either. A former litigator sitting here dropping the F-bomb like that. Not that it's illegal, but you're doing all of that out of what? Because people are saying, if you're her friend, go tell her the truth. We're not telling you all to say anything wrong to her. Tell her the truth. She got these people scared like she got something on them. It's crazy. It's like, it's like she's got some dirt on them and they're just terrified. It's a clowns. It's some clowns. So you guys can see here, and I'll just let you guys, if you guys can have time, check out the link. It's going to take you to this page here for courtlistener.com and pull up this case, and you can see the parties here. The interested party, you got the movant, objector, and then the plaintiff is Eric DeFord. It's someone else I don't know. And look at his attorneys. Good grief. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 10, 11. It's about 11 of them. Sandra Bader and Sean R. Key, who I don't know who these people are. So it's 3 co-plaintiffs on this lawsuit. 3. Even this LTD, LGB Coin Ltd is represented here as an objector. So this case is very, very intense, and it's gonna take some time for me personally, if I go over this, to do it the right way. But we can definitely start with the original complaint, and then we got to touch on the third amended complaint, because that's the most recent complaint that's been filed to the court. Then there's some other sideline motions to include, I think, NASCAR winning something out of this. So it's a lot of moving parts, you all. So you guys check that out, and then we'll have, hopefully I can get to this by Wednesday, if not Friday of this week, because Thursday is Christmas. All right. So let's get to Candace's video that she did on Friday.
All right, you guys.
It's about time, and we haven't been able to get to this yet. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Let's get some comments in before we get started. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Get ready to laugh, because it's about to get funny. There are a lot of other videos I want to get to, but I still want to get through this, and probably will do an Umar video tonight if I can. Wednesday, the kids and I are going to be out spending some time for Christmas Eve, and of course Christmas Day is going to be a doozy. So if you guys get anything out of me, it'll definitely be a post wishing you all a very Merry Christmas and a happy holiday. Might do a quick live if I can on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, but I want to get in some of the content that I been trying to get in, and a couple of you guys have requested from me between now and Wednesday. So lots to cover, lots to go over. We're going to check out this video from Friday. It's my understanding, I looked on her channel, she did not do a live stream. But what's going on, S-Files? We're going to get to her video from Friday because we have not covered that. So one of her big fans on X with big following tried to warn about Mitch, and she snapped back at him. She's awful. Yeah, Candace, you're a clown. You chicken head. This heifer decides to get mad at everybody but herself. Candace, you're the only one that dug this hole for yourself. The least you can do is pull yourself out of it by your bootstraps. She loves saying that crap. Now you see how it feels, Candace. Do you see how it feels? Now you got to finally do something for yourself. Hey, no one has to believe you, girl. No one has to believe you, heifer. We don't have to trust nothing you say. We don't have to do that. We don't have to trust anything that comes out of your mouth. We don't owe you that. And then you bring on a clown who deep down, it's just my opinion here. I feel like there's some stolen valor involved. Just my opinion. And until I see a DD214, that's what I'm going to go with. Because anybody can change the color of their hair, cut it in a certain way, get some glasses, especially if they look like the person that they're trying to portray. Mm-hmm. Because what if he's portraying Mitchell Snow? Y'all saw my thumbnail. What if he's only portraying that? But he's not Mitchell Snow? Because why wouldn't he bring a DD214? And why in the hell would he redact the ID card so bad to where you can't see the name? But you're telling us your name. So if I have something that says the Lady Luck Club on it, there's no reason for me to redact it when everybody knows that my name is the Lady Luck Club. That's what I go by. Why redact something when we already know what it is? We already know your name, so why redact the name field on those ID cards? And then two, I want to see video footage or a photo of Erica Kirk, Brian Harpool, and whoever that other dude is on that military base. Because Candace wants people to believe that in this reality here on Earth, United States military bases do not have cameras, especially if they're considered to be intelligence military bases. They have cameras everywhere. There was a camera, we pointed it out on her video. She pulled up the photo she pulled up of that camp, of that base. There was a camera right on that pole. It was white. And I'm sitting here saying, wouldn't this idiot have been recorded on that camera? He would have. There's no way you're going to scramble cameras at all. Surveillance cameras on a military base. They will lock down that military base in a hot second and have everybody in place, like go in your rooms or stand still, because our cameras have been somehow short-circuited. It's impossible for something like that to happen, and it doesn't make the news because they're going to want to find out who the hell did it. I've never heard of a military base being scrambled because one person named Mitchell Snow wants to go on walk around talking about, I want some documents. It's a stupid thing to do over something that petty that he can't prove actually happened. If that makes sense. He didn't prove he went there because the photo he took was just outside random. He didn't prove that he was in a hotel. He didn't prove any of that. We didn't see his cell phone coordinates pinged to a tower with the coordinates near that camp or that base. Nothing. No evidence on that. That's how you question everything. So, to the Candy Ass Cult members, you do understand coming in here is at your own peril. I'm on one tonight. And yes, we're going to laugh at you. Can't make this up. Oh, man. Umar thinks he is. Umar thinks he's a guy. He's another one. Him and Umar Johnson and Candace Owens need to just finally, give in to their temptations because they're like two peas in the pod. I wouldn't be surprised if one day they did end up talking and having each other on their platform. Because reasons. Can't make this up. They're the same. They're one and the same. Tatum does the fulfillment for her merch with his clothing company. Yes. Who told me that address? And I know Jay Witt covered this too, I think. Where the merchandise, and she said that she has a P.O. box that's specifically for her merchandise when the Macron's first lawsuit was being served to her. She said on her show it went to a P.O. box where it's like affiliated with their merch, and they had no idea. But that's what they had on file with the court. So it's like, why would you have a P.O. box, even if it's for merch, that's not being checked? So that means Tatum is slipping. He's not even doing the job. You're paying him to do 5 hours a week. He's not even doing that right. So his incompetency led to the P.O. box not being checked regularly. And she claimed she couldn't get that first, the first complaint filed against her from the Macrons. they had to turn around and serve it to it at home because they can't serve a P.O. box either way. But if that's all they had to put something down. But, to each his own. As long as you got it, girl. As long as you got it. Oh, man. 50 Cent straight business. Exactly. You, Diane, know 50 Cent is straight business. Well said. Well said. Umar trying to go up against that Chabu. Watching Candace is like watching the X-Files. I got scammed on Bitcoin too. Yeah. A lot of scams that happen with these Bitcoin pump and dump schemes, these fake meme coins, NFTs, all this nonsense. Because you have some clowns out here that monopolized on that, and they didn't care what the true intentions of this was supposed to be about. So they took a coin where it still came down to a bunch of US dollars, while they hypocritically talked about the value of the US dollar dropping. And even if that's the case, because prices of everything is going up, why are you worried about getting US dollars for a fake meme coin then? Why not go and get some pesos or yen? Money from another country. Like, why aim for US dollars? This is how you know people were lying so bad about that, to where they said stupid things that made no sense. Yes, the US dollar is being slowly devalued because the cost of everything is going up so high. Cost of living, food, oil, gas, everything is going up. But these people still go out and put out these fake meme coins in exchange for US dollars. You send them some Mexican pesos and see how that goes. Sam Bankman-Fried would have been broke as hell if he was like, no, I don't take US dollars. I need Mexican pennies. Peso is like half of a US penny. Something to that extent. Just imagine it. Or money where from a country where it's more third world, and their money is just almost the value to where it's just absolutely worthless. But yet you didn't see all these so-called scammers and con artists taking in that devalued money in exchange for these fake meme coins, because they know they can't do anything with it. So despite all the crap that was said about the US dollar being devalued and things costing more money and blah, 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 you have people out here still trying to sell these fake coins in exchange for US dollars. So that whole debauchery was just a ploy to get people brainwashed to believe that they should be giving up their hard-earned money, despite the fact that you're spending more of it for the same damn thing, but you still should be giving it to them for a fake meme coin. And expected you to hold on to it and then never say anything about it. You can't make this up. Candace, your ass is gonna get mollywopped in that courtroom. This is ridiculous. What is Tatum's middle name? I don't know. If anybody knows his middle name, put it in the chat. Yuck 2.0 is asking. I don't really watch Tatum or anything. He sounds like he's whining and crying all the time. You're a grown man, Tatum. Go on somewhere. Go do some push-ups or something. Or read a book. He treat Candace like that's his wife. So crazy. Brandon Fitz said it. Tatum goes right along with Candace. Yeah. Because he's a coward. He's like, I don't agree with Candace. I don't agree. I saw Jay Witt video on that. I don't agree with Candace. Oh, okay. Shout out to Jay Witt. You're not telling her that she's wrong either. You can't tell her to her face. Because Tatum, we dare you to say it to Candace's face that she's dead ass wrong. We dare you. What a clown he is. He's a clown. Oh, man. Brandon Orlando Tatum, born April 22nd, 1987. There you go. Mira, there you go. Thank you. Thank you, Mira. When are you doing the Umar live? It will be after this. Because I do want to get it in, because this whole thing between Umar and 50 Cent is just comical to me. Because Umar knows he can claim to be whatever the hell he want to be. What he is definitely is unemployed. So he's not making any money. 50 Cent sees him as a cockroach in the end. It's, and I don't have to side with 50 Cent. It's just a matter of, look who you're trying to go up against. You're trying to get your name out there and attach yourself to somebody like a 50 Cent who had no problem destroying Ja Rule's career. He definitely has no problem finishing off Umar Johnson because Umar doesn't have a career in the first place. He still has no job. He doesn't have a career. So 50 Cent go eat his ass if he don't leave him alone. His initials are BOT. Y'all, Brandon Orlando Tatum. Yeah, he's a bot. Y'all, hashtag bot in the chat. Hey, Susan Q, how you doing, honey? Well, shout out to Amy. Amy here. Amy has emailed me as well. Please do not think that you're, spamming me with the email, especially if I know who you are and you're a supporter, a firm supporter, and you're being very genuine. Even if people give me, some tips and constructive criticism, things of that nature, I definitely listen. Yeah, am I going to completely stop cussing? I'm working on it, but it's a slow progress. But even for the information, everybody doesn't agree with me calling Candace Owens a chicken head or a heifer, or jackass or a donkey. Everybody idiot, dumb, stupid. Like most people don't agree to all that. A lot of people don't. Me, if I start holding back, it'll bother me even more. So I get it all out. Candace has said a lot worse about a lot of people, many of which were just completely untrue and just false. Candace truly is very ignorant of a lot of things. And ignorant is the lack of knowledge. That's the definition of that term. I don't profess to know everything, but I at least research and read. And if anyone has a case ID number with Mitchell Snow suing the government, please email it to me. Because, I just want to go over it for a good giggle. Another lawsuit from 2022. Yep. You holding back from the. All right, y'all ready? We're going to get to this video here. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Hit that like button. Let's get the candy ass cult members pissed off, because they already big mad and they hate my guts. I don't really care. Let's piss them off even more and get to this video here and let's get in a good laugh. Thank you all so much. Put a one in the chat where you can see and hear. Let's do it.
Happy Friday. Well, I just want to start by saying that it's pretty obvious that Ben Shapiro is terrified. We can all see that now that Charlie Kirk is dead. He seems to be taking multiple stages and demanding an allegiance to Erica Kirk. In fact, it almost seems like he's demanding that nobody inquire further about Erica Kirk. It's odd because Ben had no allegiance to Charlie Kirk when he was alive. So what is it about Charlie's widow in particular that is inspiring his very public nervous breakdown? Personally, I think he knows something about her. That is what I am sensing, that he knows something about Erica Kirk. And every time he speaks, I grow more certain that Israel might be involved with 9/10. So let's keep investigating. Welcome back to Candace.
Oh, bride of Chuck. Exactly.
Ben Shapiro just keeps calling my name out on stage. He's calling for me, and I'd like to show up for him today. Okay, last night he hit the stage at Turning Point USA's AmFest the other night. And I'd like, first and foremost, just to let you all know, some people noticed that he wasn't on the AmFest list for years, and all of a sudden he's back on the speaker list beginning in 2024.
Hold on, let me, oh God. I speed these up a little bit. She already talks fast, I know. But for the sake of brevity, because I do give commentary, and just as a heads up, I have to give commentary. Otherwise, it's just a copy and paste from her video. I'm not doing it. I have to give commentary and debunk throughout because she may say something. If I'm trying to wait 5 or 10 minutes in between, I'll probably forget because I'm not writing this stuff down. I'm just, going off the top of the head. But that's how we rock it here in the Lady Luck Club. I am going to pause and give commentary. So you, Cheryl, shout out to you. Shout out to my mods. I want you all to see and understand that there are people who have their views and ideas on things. Whether we're all aligned with it or not, it's fine. This is what I mean. Personally, I think Tatum knows exactly what he's doing, and he's a coward. But if it comes off reasonable and understandable to you all, then that's fine too. I don't really know him like that. I don't listen to him, but I can tell by the way he keeps going at this. Y'all coming at me about Candace Owens. Why does he care about comments? Now they care about comments. and the bots. Because if Candace doesn't like it, she's gonna call you a bot. Because Brandon Orlando Tatum is a bot. I mean, literally. But if Candace doesn't like it, whatever is being said about her, she'll just pass it off as a bot. It could be her actual supporters that are disappointed in her flipping the script, I guess. I don't know why they expected anything any differently, but she called them bots. So she didn't even give a damn how they felt. She just saw they criticizing me. They must be bots. Because my supporters don't. It's like her supporters never criticize her. In her world, in her mindset, her supporters are not supposed to criticize her. If you do, you're a bot. And that means if she expects no criticism, she's a cult leader. That's some cult shit right there. But there's some who, like with Megyn Kelly, some people feel like Megyn Kelly was being genuine. And she just doesn't want to get added into the rift. I get it. So you always feel free to, we can be respectful here in the LLC. The Candy Ass cult members are incapable of doing that, but we can still be respectful when it comes to expressing our opinions and thoughts, even if it's different. No one is shutting up Candace Owens. She's still talking. When she does not do a show, it's because she chose not to do it, not because someone told her to shut the hell up. When Erica Kirk told her to stop, she hasn't, and she still has not. And as opposed to that being honored with some level of integrity, you see how the Candy Ass cult members start acting. And then the bots push out this dumb narrative now where they're just like, oh, screw Erica Kirk. She's not important. Who cares? She's fake, blah, blah, blah. Because they're trying to justify why they simply can't honor someone else's wishes. When your rights start to bleed into someone else's life and override the rights of others, we're no longer talking about a right. It's called you enforcing your will upon someone else. We don't do that here. So I say what I say. I pause when I pause. That's how I operate. If you would like to see this whole video in its entirety, feel free to go check it out on Candace channel. But as for me over here in the Lady Luck Club, I have to pause. I have to give commentary. Pretty much that's how that works. And no one rushes me through that, not even the Candy Ass cult members, because I don't give a damn how they feel either way. These same ones be walking around here talking about I'm getting $7,000. They don't leave a super. Shout out to all of y'all. Hit the like button. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We finally hit 30,000 supporters, and I am excited. Yes. All right, let's get back to it.
I want to let you know how that actually happened. So the story goes, obviously, that in 2024, Ben fired me in March. Well, he would say management fired me. But firing me wasn't enough. He wanted to make sure my reputation and livelihood was also destroyed. Of course, what happened thereafter is Charlie Kirk instantly came out and supported me because we were like brother and sister, always supporting each other publicly. And then I showed you guys a few episodes ago that we found out as I was going to speak in Dallas at their YWLS convention that Ben had sent an intern who was going to ask me a question while I was on stage, but we sort of rumbled this plan. And I called Ben out on stage. Ben did not like that I called him out on stage. So he began working behind the scenes to have Jewish donors start threatening Charlie to make sure that I wasn't invited to speak at year end because I was an anti-Semite. This is what Charlie told me. And instead, he wanted to be invited. So he's just going to purchase a friendship, right? So he comes at Turning Point USA, and this is what was divulged to me from Andrew Colvett at the time, willing to...
Just say Charlie Kirk. So Charlie, first of all, she doesn't show any information on this. Candace, we're at a point where everything you say needs to be supported by a text message, email, a photo, or a video. Because everything you say and do can and will be used against you in a court of law in a lawsuit. Because many people are starting to believe you less and less and less and less and less. And we're certainly not obligated to believe anybody named Mitch Snow. That's if that is that person's real name. I get the feeling that he's playing this so-called role, or he's just ironically taking on the persona of the other Mitch Snow because they got the same names. Who knows? I want a DNA sample to verify who he is. Because at this point, anything Candace touches, any topic she's covering, it's got to be something related to some fraud or some stupid shit, or just, putting on a ruse. It just reeks of con artist. Reeks of con artist. And so when she says stuff like this, what Charlie Kirk told her, like, no, we want to see that. We want to see that in writing.
This is what Charlie told me. And instead, he wanted to be invited. So he's just going to purchase a friendship, right? So he comes at Turning Point USA, and this is what was divulged to me from Andrew Colvett at the time, willing to spend an offensive amount of money to be a part of AmFest. Like I said, that was told to me by Andrew Colvett directly, because he wanted to say, look, like, obviously, we are totally, Charlie's 100% on your side. This is like an offensive ad spend. I was like, take his money. I could care less, obviously. And I knew that he was working with Barry Weiss to call and put an article out saying that the donors, the people on the board of TPUSA want Candace gone. All of this petty behind the scenes behavior because I called him out on stage. Okay. So quite literally, this is the definition of buying friends and influence and fame. Now, in case you're listening and thinking, is Ben Shapiro actually capable of that level of pettiness? I'm going to tell you a story about Thomas Sowell. Yes, Dr. Thomas Sowell of Stanford. The story begins in 2023, shortly after October 7th. Ben was sort of having another one of his open nervous breakdowns. And
I said the same thing, Tavares. Anybody else noticing that Candace is losing an awful lot of weight? I mean, Candace, you look decrepit, girl. You look decrepit. It's not healthy. You got 4 kids. I don't have to like you at all to still say this is concerning with the amount of weight you're losing like this, and it's caving in your face. We can see your cheekbones to the point where they're protruding out because there's no muscle mass. There's nothing. It's just skin stuck to your bone. You got 4 kids. This is crazy. If you're sitting here losing sleep and not eating and all this stuff, you can grieve and mourn. But you have to consider and prioritize what's important as well. Or else, don't get mad when we say that you were madly in love with Charlie Kirk, because you're the one that said you felt like you were being a bad mother, neglecting your kids because you were crying and grieving. But yet you can't show text messages from the last 12 months that was sent from Charlie Kirk. And it was proven that you unfollowed him and he unfollowed you. Y'all weren't even following each other. So, the hit dog would holler, okay? Let's just keep that in mind. Hit dogs always holler. Never seen or heard of anything living and breathing get hit that has the ability to make noise, and it didn't make noise. A hit dog will always holler. And she's screaming loud and wrong.
His audience just went kaput. People just stopped watching his podcast because he was screaming at Americans that we needed to prioritize Israel, and people just didn't feel that way. Okay, it's not our country. I'm sorry that happened to you, but why do Americans need to be screamed at about what's happening in the Middle East? Anyways, throughout this time, Brian Mast was wearing an IDF uniform in Congress, and he basically said that there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian life. And when I saw this, as shared by Yashar Ali on X, I responded and I said that genocidal language, no matter who shares it, is always wrong. Genocide is always wrong is what I tweeted. And this caused an emotional breakdown amongst people who support Israel. I didn't think that was a controversial statement. I thought that was sort of what we all believed in. Genocide is always wrong. Anyways, for Ben, he then had some private event, probably at another Jewish donor's house, and somebody caught him standing on a table insulting me over my genocide is always wrong tweet. Take a listen to what Ben had to say.
The question is about Candace Owens. I think her behavior during this is disgraceful. Without a doubt. Yeah, and she still works for my company. I think she's been absolutely disgraceful. I think that her faux sophistication on these particular issues has been ridiculous. It's not faux sophistication, it's ridiculous. Everybody can see the moves that she's making, the things that she's saying, and I find them
disreputable, disgraceful. She works at my company. You can imagine that the internet went crazy because they wanted me to respond to him. I can't believe this. They work together. They're colleagues. And irrelevant that was on the morning of November 14th. I was 6 days away from giving birth. I was very, heavily.
Candace, you act as if no one can say anything critical of you. There have been plenty of people that have been laid off or fired when they were pregnant. Question is why? Being pregnant does not mean that you somehow lose your morals or integrity or breach a contract when you're working for someone, that is Jewish, and then you're saying things that are, just vile against Jewish people. But then when somebody clap back at your little ass, you want to sit here and talk about, oh, I'm the victim and woe is me. I was 6 days from giving birth. Erica Kirk has 2 small kids. The oldest is still asking when is daddy coming home. She still has to continue to explain to her daughter why she will never see her father again and why he's with Jesus. You can't make this up. You have no care or concern for those 2 kids. Because I guess in your mind and in your world, you and Charlie should have had those kids. I can't imagine anyone being this soulless to the point where you don't even show any level of humanity when it comes to the children. They have to grow up and watch your videos of you obsessing over their father, talking about how you neglected your own kids because you were grieving and mourning and crying. And Boys Club doesn't give 2 shits, I guess. He doesn't care at all. He doesn't give a damn. He won't tell you to stop. And even if he said it, we clearly see that you don't care and you will never stop. Despite the fact that she picks and chooses when he's the man of the house and when he's just a cockroach, I guess. I don't know. But if he were to tell her to stop, she would ignore him just as much as she ignored Erica Kirk. And then try to twist it up, say, no, stop lying. You will stop lying. No. You don't get to add on after the fact. Especially when everything's recorded in a damn video. You can't make this stuff up. People are going to criticize you. You chose to be a public figure. You think somewhere in your head, Bone Quisha, that you are number one. When that's not the case. And at some point, you're going to have to find some new material. Some new content. See, I'm going to go over this lawsuit. And that's going to be a whole video by itself. Because content. People need to know that you're sitting here being involved with scams and schemes. You're not above reproach when it comes to that. And then you bring a big ass fraud and a con artist, this chicken head on your channel, and you put that person before not just your audience, but everybody else to sit here and to say something about Erica Kirk. Because Candace, you're still a coward. Funny how you couldn't just say that yourself, right? You couldn't just say, I heard, Erica Kirk was on the base and they saw her. No, you brought on a chicken head to do all of that. Now you're fundraising for him. And for what? Is that the fee you promised him? But you agreed to give this man $250,000 to come on your show and say that BS? Because you knew he was going to take a lot of heat. You knew he was going to be subjected to scrutiny. But see, true journalists, people who just have just some discernment, they see through all that BS. What we see is you playing the puppet master. While you bring in another con artist who obviously didn't mind, you using him for this BS. With no evidence, no proof, no nothing, cards redacted. We don't know what the hell it is. And you're just playing this game because you're trying to save face. And now you get upset when people criticize your ass. No, we don't care. Just like you don't care about Erica Kirk's 2 kids that will not see their dad in this lifetime. We don't care that you were 6 days away from giving birth. That does not mean that people are not going to criticize you because of that. Oh, let's not say what needs to be said about Candace Owens because she's about to give birth. Child, please. And yet you take away Brigitte Macron's motherhood. She gave birth 3 times. You see how the chickens come home to roost, Candace? Now no one gives a damn. And you want to sit here and you're reaching, you're throwing spaghetti at the wall. I was 6 days from giving birth. First, you were weaponizing God, and now you're sitting here trying to blame everything on the pregnancy. Yeah, just blame it on that baby that's going to one day watch this video as well and say, well, what do I have to do with this, mommy? This is insane. The hypocrisy of it all.
Pregnant. Anyways, I wake up to this, and shockingly, I'm not. Nobody from the Daily Wire steps in to manage the situation. And as you can imagine, virtually every journalist, every person with a media platform was contacting me to comment, to respond to me being insulted by someone. I'm about to give birth. I'm being insulted, and they're not getting anything from the Daily Wire. So I am obviously frustrated. You should also tell you, I had no PR at this time. My PR was the internal PR at the Daily Wire. And it was very clear that their focus was on protecting Ben, even though he was the one who insulted me publicly, because I said that genocide is always wrong. That is the genesis of that statement.
How did he insult you back again? Perhaps I missed this insult, because I could have sworn he had the right to free speech and expression as well. If he considers himself to be a journalist or a reporter or whatever, he's a member of the press. He has the right to that too. He has the right to publish information that is of the interest of the public. You do not get to dictate that. You nor your candy ass cult members, because no one cares how they feel or what they think either. If you have a hive mentality, we already know you people copy and paste the same damn thing. We don't care. You're not getting anything any different out of the cult members or the bots. We don't care. Keep copying and pasting. We don't care. But this is crazy. Oh, he's insulting me because he gave you criticism.
Standing on a table, insulting me over my genocide is always wrong tweet. Take a listen to what Ben had to say.
That's not an insult.
And the question was about Candace Owens. I think her behavior during this has been disgraceful. Without a doubt. Yeah, she stores my company. I think she's been absolutely disgraceful. I think that her faux sophistication on these particular issues has been ridiculous. It's not faux sophistication, it's ridiculous. Everybody can see the moves that she's making and the things that she's saying, and I find them disreputable.
Disreputable, disgraceful.
Yeah, disreputable, disgraceful. It's not an insult. And you can take it how you want, really. We don't care. It's called free speech. What he said was not illegal. How about that? Since we want to be clear and draw the line in the sand on what just happened here, Ben Shapiro did not say anything illegal at all. So you want to call it an insult? Don't care. Candace, we don't care. We can all ignore how you feel about everything. You think feelings come secondary to come primary over facts. No. Facts over feelings. Isn't that what you said, Candace? Because we could use your words against you too. Nope. Facts have nothing to do with your feelings, and they don't care about it. He gave his opinion and his thought of you being disgraceful and disreputable. That's it. For some reason now, the world is going to end because Candace feels insulted. Who gives a damn?
Disgraceful. She works at my company. You can imagine that the internet went crazy because they wanted me to respond to him. I can't believe this. They work together, they're colleagues. Somehow this gets leaked. And I want to mention, because it's very relevant, that was on the morning of November 14th. I was 6 days away from giving birth. I was very heavily pregnant. Anyways, I wake up to this, and shockingly, nobody from the Daily Wire steps in to manage the situation. And as you can imagine, virtually every journalist, every person with a media platform was contacting me to comment, to respond to me being insulted by someone. I'm about to give birth. I'm being insulted, and they're not getting anything from the Daily Wire. So I am obviously frustrated. You should also tell you, I had no PR at this time. My PR was the internal PR at the Daily Wire. And it was very clear that their focus was on protecting Ben, even though he was the one who insulted me publicly, because I said that genocide is always wrong. That is the genesis of that statement. That's all I said. Obviously,
So you get to insult anyone from Israel or Jewish people by accusing them, all of them, of doing something. Do you understand what stereotyping is, Candace? Yet another word you can't define. Neither can your dumb cult members and bots. Because again, So they say dumb things like this, what you're seeing here in the chat. Like I care about what color skin she has. I'm not going to stop saying what I want to say because you don't dictate free speech. Not up in here. So what personality are we dealing with today, Candace? I feel Bonquisha coming out. Y'all say hello to Bonquisha. She's in full force and full effect.
Wanted to respond angrily to the press. Y'all. I wanted to hit back at Ben. And I guess you could sort of say my perspective was an eye for an eye, but my husband was a better person than me.
You've been that way. You still are that way. She's still an eye for an eye. Candace is still very petty and vindictive. You have no content. You're a gossiper, you clown. Hence why you're being sued as well. Because of that eye for an eye thing. Had you just, kept your cool and just read the Macron lawsuit, they would have never felt compelled to file an amended complaint because you doubled down on your BS. Still no scientific evidence to prove that, by the way. But you chose to double down. And it says you don't want anyone to tell you when to shut the hell up. Keep talking, girl. Keep talking. So all this evidence can be used against you. Keep damn talking. I never said I wanted her to stop talking. I wanted to damn keep putting out evidence. That's all she's doing at this point.
Instructed me that morning to instead take a deep breath, relax, okay? Don't think about what you're feeling in the moment. Think about how you're going to feel in the future. And he instructed me to instead read the Bible, the Sermon on the Mount. I read through it. And he reminds me that everybody who wants to comment, they don't care about me either, right? They're selling headlines. They want the clicks. They want the drama. And I'm going to feed into that for what reason? For what reason, actually, am I going to give a comment and say something about Ben Shapiro? Blessed are the peacemakers, right? Don't buy into this click culture. And so I tweeted that actually my husband was right. I called for peace. I tweeted, blessed are the peacemakers. And I made the mistake. I guess it was a mistake. That after I tweeted, blessed are the peacemakers, and I'm thinking that I'm going to be commended.
Yeah, the hypocrisy in this is strong, Candace. What happened to that same concept with Erica Kirk? Candace, you reap what you sow. Since you want to throw out scriptures, we can all do this. You reap what you sow. Bible also states that you should not lie. You should not steal. You should not kill. You're killing the spirit of Christmas for all these kids out here, especially Charlie Kirk's 2 kids, that have to worry about your cult members trying to find out where their father is buried. You have no idea the damage you're doing to those 2 children. But yet somehow, blessed are the peacemakers. God said, leave me out of your BS, girl. Leave him out your drama. You've already weaponized Christianity after you put it in air quotes, because Christians was in air quotes in her last episode from Thursday. She put Christians in her air quotes as if she's not one herself. But she won't speak to these Catholic priests that go out here essaying little boys, because they've been doing that for decades.
When I get back to work, like, wow, you really took the high road. I ended this biblical passage with Christ is king. Christ is the king. He's the only thing that matters. Obviously, Christ is king. Now, it was just Tucker Carlson's luck that I had been slated to come on his news show the very next day. He had booked me 6 weeks earlier. I got approval from Daily Wire. He booked me for November 15th. So suddenly Ben gets on this table. He insults me. It's trending all over Twitter. And Tucker Carlson is going to be the first person to capture my reaction to it. And when it came time, I kept up with the peacemaker. I made the decision to just take the high road. I said, I don't want that to negatively impact how people perceive the Daily Wire. There are great people there. I wouldn't be proud on that, but I'm not taking the bait here. I didn't say anything snipey back at Ben because I didn't want to feed the mob. That was my honest perspective. My husband was just right. And also, we're talking about a work colleague, right? Somehow, me taking the high road made him angrier. So here's what he did. Elsewhere in my interview with Tucker, he asks me.
No, that didn't make him angry. You saying what you said was complete hypocrisy. You're instigating something that didn't have to be instigated by you, of all people, working for a company where you knew that you had at least a couple people there that were your superiors that are also Jewish. You're stereotyping all Jewish people into one pot, as if every Jewish person on earth is out here committing genocide. You don't want to be stereotyped as a black woman from wherever the hell you came from. But yet you're stereotyping another race of people or ethnicity of people simply because they came from Israel or because they're Jewish. It's the hypocrisy, Candace. Because you're too slow to understand this stuff. You can't make this up. A synonymous term for hypocrisy is still lie.
Who I look up to, who I like. And I told Tucker the truth that it was my dream to meet Thomas Sowell. That when I first got into politics, I read a ton of Thomas Sowell books. And I had tried many times to meet him. And obviously he's aging, but I really looked up to Dr. Thomas Sowell. And here's that clip with me and Tucker.
Who do you listen to when you're trying to figure out? I mean, some of the stuff comes at you so fast and you're talking almost every day or writing almost every day. Who do you read or listen to try to make sense or bounce ideas off of?
I have been obsessed with Thomas Sowell. And everybody knows that I am pretty much a Thomas Sowell groupie. Everything he writes, I read. And it is because he was a part of my awakening story into politics and made me focus on the economics, which is to say, block out the noise and pay attention.
This is the same girl that says she doesn't know the difference between nationalism and globalism. She thought nationalism was dealing with the low birth rate in UK. Is that why you in Boys Club had 4 kids, Candace? Because you think that the birth rate of the United Kingdom needs to be boosted somehow, even though you in Boys Club live in the US. What the hell? When I hear her talk from her older videos, she sounds just as even more airheadish about this stuff. But at least back then, she wasn't walking around here calling people a man. It's crazy. And then get hit with a lawsuit and then double down on it. But she was still awful. Candace, it must be the yeast infections getting your brain. It's finally rotting out.
And you're talking almost every day or writing almost every day.
Yeast infections.
Who do you read or listen to try to make sense or bounce ideas off of?
I have been obsessed with Thomas Sowell. And everybody knows that I am pretty much a Thomas Sowell groupie. Everything he writes, I read. And it is because he was part of my awakening story into politics and made me focus on the economics, which is to say, block out the noise and pay attention to the economics, go backwards in history to understand where we are. When has this worked? Oh, it's never worked. So they're just telling you that it's going to work into the future. And there's no evidence to support that. So when Ben saw that, he decided, Thomas Sowell, hey, that's your dream. You love Thomas Sowell. He thought that was an opportunity to get even with me for taking the high road after he insulted me on stage. What
does Thomas Sowell have to do with this? Girl, he said it. How are you going to be a hypocrite? What does Thomas Sowell have to do with this? Did she say rewrite? I read everything he rewrites.
Knows that I am pretty much a Thomas Sowell groupie. Everything he writes, I read. And it is because he was a part of my awakening story into politics and made me focus on the economics, which is to say, block out the noise and pay attention to the economics, go backwards in history to understand where we are.
Yeah. Because Candace, that's what you're doing. You're blocking out the noise and only paying attention to the economics of your YouTube channel. Your videos are getting high views, likes, subs, and it's bringing in more money. And your Candace cult members, once again, and the bots come in here and confirm that. Oh, you're just jealous she's number one. Why are you actually negating her? When she says, I'm not doing this for the views and the likes and the clicks. The cult members actually confirm the opposite. They prove her wrong and prove me right. When they say that, oh, she's wealthy and rich and blah, blah, blah. So she's doing this for the money. Thanks for confirming that. Oh, she's got the number one podcast on earth, which is not proven. So she's doing this for views and clicks. How else do you determine if someone's number one with a podcast? That's the only way. Views, clicks, likes, subs, impressions, engagement. This is how they determine that. It comes down to simple numbers in mathematics. So all she cares about is the economics, just like with her PR thing. It's all about public relations for her. She's mad at the Macrons for taking her ass to court because she really wanted them to just kind of go back and forth with her on social media because somehow she thinks the court of public opinion is supposed to supersede the court of law. And that's not how the hell it works in the United States of America. No, they have the right to seek legal recourse and legal action in the court of law. So does everyone else. So if Tim Pool, Erica Kirk, TPUSA, Mikey McCoy, Rob McCoy, all these people decide to file a lawsuit against her ass, Candace, you had it coming. And don't say you weren't warned. I said it myself. They're going to sue the crap out of you. And then you're going to be walking around crying, telling George, why the hell you ain't went out and made my money today? Then I tell you, go out there and say that boy.
When has this worked? Oh, it's never worked. So they're just telling you that it's going to work into the future. And there's no evidence to support that.
Give me my money.
So when Ben saw that, he decided, Thomas Sowell, hey, that's your dream. You love Thomas Sowell. He thought that was an opportunity to get even with me for taking the high road after he insulted me on stage because he's deeply jealous of Tucker Carlson for reasons that I cannot quite understand. Ben had his team reach out and schedule an interview with Thomas Sowell, which they paid for an offensive amount of money, I presume, to effectively purchase a black man who has no idea what's going on. He's very old, he's in his 90s, to hurt my feelings, okay? Interview with Tucker is on the 15th. I think it premieres on the 16th. And Ben gets Thomas Sowell, who he doesn't care about. I'm working at the Daily Wire at this moment, and I'm about to give birth in 3 days. But
hear ye, hear ye. Allow me to make this declaration. Candace Amber Owens Farmer, a.k.a. Bonquisha, does not care about Charlie Kirk and his 2 kids that have been left behind with their mother. You know, because reasons. She doesn't care about them. Candace doesn't care about anyone. So it's mighty ironic and hypocritical for her to point out yet again how someone cares about someone when she cares about no one. You know, because Candace, you said it yourself. I hate everyone. That's what you said. That's why I put it up as a thumbnail in one of my videos.
This was supposed to be like an FU Candace for taking the high road and saying that genocide is always wrong. No. That is what I mean when I say he is an incredibly petty man. Okay.
Potty mouth.
Now we know how this ends. I then am fired not for what I said, but for what they assumed that I meant and for trolls that I didn't respond to. And I want to be clear. It is, you can fire whoever you want. You really can if you're a business owner. It's just that this was atypical in the fashion that it was done, right? It wasn't done in the way where you just say, okay, get out of here, it's not working. Instead, what they decided to do was humiliate me in front of all of the other employees by, rather than having a conversation, sort of dramatically having me exit after doing my show, not knowing that I was going to be fired. And then they had put together a stage in my studio and put up clips of, put together basically a whole package, like almost like a high school play, and conducted what I honestly, when I look back, because it recently leaked what happened at this quote unquote town hall, this is a slave hanging. This is a slave hanging, right? Gather around, everybody else is a slave.
Well, stop. Y'all know I haven't seen this episode, right? Because I can't, this is why I can't watch her bullshit alone. Girl. No. Every single slave from Africa, I don't care where you're from, of melanin, with melanin, is rolling over in their grave simultaneously. I just felt the earth shake with that massive rolling over of all dead slaves in the ground. You can't make this up. Now she wants to talk about slavery. Y'all see how the comments shift. Whatever she's talked about recently, that's what the bots and the candy ass cult members put out there. Now they on this, oh, black on black, something, blah, blah, blah. Like I give a damn. I don't care what color she is. I'm gonna call her out when she's wrong. I don't give a damn about her skin color. I don't. But this nonsense right here, Candace, everybody's, what the hell? Oh, what? She's talking about the people that actually gave her the opportunity to get a damn job and to make a lot of money in this job. You know what? I'm gonna be honest. I would love to make 6 figures. I'm not even gonna lie. I'll go out there. If they offer me a job, I will take it. Because I know I'm gonna get paid well. This girl had the opportunity because she claims she came from the hood, you know. She bought that life. Now I really want to do an interview with her cousin. Unless they're gonna just come on and be completely disingenuous, because I'm not gonna stop talking my talk. I'm not gonna stop saying what I've been saying about Candace. I'm gonna say it to her face too if I have to. But I really would like to interview her. I want to interview, one of her siblings. I really want to do that. I would love to interview one of her siblings if they're willing to actually speak candidly. Candace, you're talking about slavery. They gave you a chance to work for them. They didn't have to do that. You would think that they would not have hired you because they don't believe in DEI. They don't believe in selecting someone trying to keep things diversified and none of that shit. They believe that you should have the qualifications and be competent, to be able to do the job, which is a fair argument, right? You don't want to hire someone simply because they're Black. But they could have literally just decided, we're not going to hire Black people if that's what it came down to. They hired her ass. And even Ben, I think at AmFest, had to say something about his, it speaks a lot to my ability to, be a judgment of character, something to that extent, because he hired her. So he even had to crack that joke on himself because he realized, I hired this heifer. I gave her an opportunity to come work for us. She was a conservative voice. She was loud and wrong, but she was still loud. The thing is, Candace was trying to be the loudest Black female conservative in the room. So all others who had came along and had been, conservatives, they either get treated like secondhand, second-rate type trash or something, or they're getting attention for all the wrong reasons. People like Kimberly Klasick and what's her name? Is it Treehouse? Something Tree, that did the interview with Milk Bar, a former law enforcement officer now, whom Candace Owens doxed, by the way. And that woman had people looking for her fresh out of prison. These were people who were already in the conservative, movement as Black women speaking out. And she just so happened to rise above the ranks because of her mouth. Not because she did anything spectacular. It's because she was the loudest person in the room. And now that the noise is dying down, she's still trying to be the loudest person in the room. And that's not how it's working for her at this point. She's not the only Black female conservative. And I'm not political at all. I don't lean one way or the other. So let's say Kimberly Klasick decided to start speaking out more. She would have an opportunity to be just as, well known and to have a successful. I think she does have a platform, by the way. But Kimberly Klasick could have been another voice. You have other Black women that has something to say. It could have been a positive, pivotal voice in the conservative movement as Black women. And Candace literally thinks she's supposed to be the only one. That's the problem. Never made room for someone else to come in and to be able to put out what they think and feel and how and their ideas on progressing it forward. None of that. Just her. And people are now realizing, like, okay, we should not have given Candace Owens all of this leverage. We should have evened it out. Because look what happens. A monster has been created. And now she's still loud and wrong and doesn't give a damn about anybody. And is saying what she wants to say while she wants to victimize herself, talking about people trying to shut me up. And now she wants to talk about slavery. You can't make this up. You can't make this up.
Almost like a high school play, and conducted what I honestly, when I look back, because it recently leaked what happened at this quote unquote town hall, this is a slave hanging. This is a slave hanging, right? Gather around, everybody else is a slave. And let me tell you how this one messed up. Gather around and watch us whip this person. This is literally how I feel when I watch this, okay? And you'll know what not to do next. And here is a video of the then CEO, Jeremy Boring, which somehow Steven Crowder got a hold of this week or last week or whatever. This is just a portion of it. You should watch the entire thing because it really is something. And ask yourself in your memory, do you ever recall anybody ever being fired where 300 employees, Ben joined electronically, he was up on the screen too, and just enjoyed watching me be humiliated, where 300 employees are invited down and shown a production of what this person did wrong? Okay, well, let's.
Shit. Hold on. Sorry. My bad. While I'm pulling this back up again, if you're gonna leave a chat, that's a long comment. You spelled intelligence wrong. Just as FYI, intelligence is misspelled. Oh my god, my bad. Let me get back up. Yeah, you can read. You can read a comment. Well, just do spell check. I don't understand this. You're gonna sit here and defend her. Do spell check.
Okay, well, let's watch a little bit of this video.
Candace made no statement at all in the days after Hamas terrorists raped, murdered, and tortured over 1,000 Israeli civilians, mostly Jews, some Americans. And then they took hundreds more hostage. But then on October 28th of 2023, while anti-Israel protests were raging in London, where Candace, I believe, was at the time, she reposted a video of the protests on X, commenting, quote, "Interesting thing happening here. People are not accepting the media narrative about what's happening in the Middle East, despite the insistent rhetoric from government officials." On November 3rd, she posted, quote, "No government anywhere has a right to commit a genocide ever. There is no justification for a genocide. I can't believe this even needs to be said or is even considered the least bit controversial to state." There was only one country on earth being accused of genocide at the time. Anti-Semites on X took to it immediately. They cheered at what they rightly or wrongly interpreted as Candace smearing Israel. And Candace didn't rebuff their interpretation. So when Dave Rubin came to the exact same conclusion as the anti-Semites, only instead of cheering for Candace, found it vile and rebuked her, Candace quickly attacked, saying, quote, "What's amazing about this is that I didn't name any country in this tweet. I simply stated that genocide is wrong always. This is not a controversial stance. Interesting how you interpreted it." And then followed up with, quote, "In short, if the blanket statement that genocide is wrong upsets you in any way, then you need to check yourself. I said exactly what I meant, and I won't be backing down or apologizing or further clarifying this statement." Within 24 hours, Candace liked a post calling Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal. Now let's be clear. You're free to disagree with Israel's conduct, and you're free to oppose the Netanyahu government. But the idea that Israel is committing genocide or that Netanyahu is a war criminal is just factually baseless.
Yes, because you can't stereotype the entire country or the entire state of Israel. You can't stereotype everyone living in Israel and saying that every single person is committing genocide. Because this is what happens when you stereotype and you generalize everything. Because, Candace, you're still too cowardly to say specifically what you mean. And then you want to get upset when someone takes a general statement you made and they made an assumption based off of other statements you made as well. Because the other conversations, the other statements you made gives context to that one statement. If you're doing things such as liking posts about this Israeli prime minister doing crimes in war and all this other stuff, all of that adds up to give context. So the average reasonable person reading your post are going to naturally assume that you're talking about Israel. Because everything else you've said and done is basically confirming that you're targeting Israel with this. Because you're not saying this about pick another country on earth. Let's start with the entire continent of Africa. You can pick another country on earth and say this country is also doing genocide. But even if people are being hurt, harmed, or have their lives taken, is it the entire country? That's what he means by factually proven. You cannot factually prove that every single person in Israel is doing that. Just like you wouldn't be able to prove it factually with any other country. That's what's so crazy about this. That's no different than saying everyone in the state of Tennessee is committing genocide. That would be factually incorrect. There's no way around this. It's that simple. So since Candace doesn't understand how to infer something to be true, because you're sitting here making general statements about a genocide, but then everything else you talk about that's circumventing around that is about Israel. That's how inference works. You're inferring that by simply saying, okay, this is one general statement, but all the other statements, all of the other actions that I've done on social media that follows me everywhere I go, which is why I don't understand why she won't just use wisdom when she's doing dumb shit on social media. Use wisdom before you put up a post. Understand that someone could grab a snippet of it before you bring it down or delete it. So it's just still out there because you got other people sharing it, they're recording it, they're taking screenshots of it, and then they're sharing that. So if you delete a tweet, somebody's going to have a screenshot of that tweet you deleted. So you're not really getting rid of it. So unless you don't care, like she says she doesn't, she will never apologize for it. Don't get upset when people make an assumption. Don't get upset when people criticize you over it. That's their right to free speech as well. You're not the only one with the right to free speech. Bonquisha can kick rocks.
Unfortunately, Candace routinely makes insinuations about Jews that both lovers of anti-Semitism and haters of anti-Semitism both agree is anti-Semitic. And in almost every one of these instances, Candace says nothing to the anti-Semites who cheer her and only pushes back against those who disapprove of her comments. On February 28th of this year, Candace, just asking questions, posted, quote, "Time to look into the history and profiteering of pornography." Her replies were immediately flooded with anti-Semites cheering her for the question and providing the answer that they interpreted her to mean, the Jews. Once again, Candace did nothing to disabuse the anti-Semites of their assumption. But when Anthony Koch came to the exact same conclusion, Candace pushed back saying, quote, "This is utterly insane. I tweeted that porn is harming men in our society, and this person has interpreted that as an attack on Jews. This is an example of clinical insanity. There is no other explanation."
So you get mad at their assumptions and their conclusions, but yet you want everybody to think that your assumption and conclusion is somehow coming out of the mouth of God himself. Because see, your cult members are going to keep putting you on this dumbass pedestal, treating you like you're Jesus, if not higher than that at this point. But for the rest of us, which is the majority, Candace, you're going to have a hard fall right after your pride. Pride comes before the fall, because we could just quote scriptures as well, since that's something you seem to want to do nowadays. Weaponize Christianity while you still also attack Christianity. Make that make sense? Yourself is sitting here lying, laughing and lying and smirking all at the same time, and then topping it off with lynch slavery and something like you can't make this stuff up.
I stand by all of those tweets. Pornography is harming
don't get mad
men.
When someone says something
we should look into who profits off of pornography. Genocide is always wrong, no matter which country calls for it, whatever. What was controversial about anything that I say? Now, I'm again wanting you to, these are my crimes. Just imagine 300 people being brought and said, like, she said this, and this is what we know. And then he goes into a diatribe about the real meaning of Christ is King, and he shows videos of Nick Fuentes.
Candace, I dare you to say the same thing about Russia. That country you said you want to go move to? Remember how you said in your video you wanted to become Russian? Because you're sick of the U.S. because, people aren't going to cater to your tantrums. Y'all remember when she said that? She said that a couple weeks ago. I just want to move to Russia. I just want to become Russian. Bye, Felicia. Actually, it was 3 weeks ago. I just want to be Russian now. Bye. We'll help you pack, heifer. I dare you say, or your candy-ass cult members say, that Russia is committing mass genocide. I dare you, Candace. Come on, you coward. You're going to go all the way there, heifer. Bonquisha is supposed to be the boldest of all those personalities in your head. So go ahead and I dare you to say Russia is committing mass genocide. The entire country. I go ahead and say it. And then turn around and say you're not going to apologize for it, Candace Owens. I dare you. I triple dog dare you. ahead, Candace. Say that Russia is doing the same thing. Let's see how well it goes. I'm just curious to see her say something like that and see what happens 5 days later. Go ahead, Candace. Why don't you tell everybody how Russia's committing mass genocide? Because you're saying it doesn't matter which country, right? See, here's where we use your words against you, you moron. You're sitting here saying that mass genocide is bad, doesn't matter which country it's coming from. So why can't you say the same thing about Russia? And this time be specific. You don't have to generalize something. If you say what you mean and you mean what you say, and you're not apologizing for it, then why generalize? Why not be specific from the beginning? I triple dog dare Candace to say that Russia is committing mass genocide. We'll wait. We'll wait, Heifer.
Tez, which had nothing to do with me. I had never even spoken. I think only one time I'd spoken ever to Nick Fuentes, and it was pertaining to Kanye. Yeah, that was it. But I'm showing you this because it's important for you to understand that this has never stopped. I want you to imagine if you view yourself to be a slave owner and that slave not only survives like this public whipping, but that escapes and becomes successful. That's pretty much my relationship with Ben Shapiro since he's fired me, because they have not stopped. They have not stopped. I am talking about people working behind the scenes to call advertisers, attempting to bankrupt me in courts, sending undercover interns to stalk me. He has issued thus far 3 court proceedings, okay, for every solitary petty infraction against things that I say. He's worked with Barry Weiss behind the scenes to have articles written about me. It is nonstop. I refer to this, just to be clear, as legal abuse. It's legal abuse.
You,
and I have put up with a lot of it. I have put up with the pettiness of even suing me because I interviewed a USS Liberty survivor who mentioned your name as you pretend that you care about free speech and debate. I've put up with a lot of it, but today I draw the line. I draw the line with this miserable imp when it comes to Charlie Kirk. Okay? Don't try me on this, but you keep trying me on this. You are an
Yeah. What you think you doing? Bone Quisha trying to go gangsta boo on Ben Shapiro. Girl, bye, Felicia. Anybody studying nonsense you talking about? You can't make this stuff. We're still waiting on you to say Russia is committing mass genocide, Candace Owens. We dare you. We dare you. And I've seen some comments asking that, first of all, I'm not proving she's to a cult member or a bot. Secondly, if you can say that she's proven something, then produce the evidence. Let's start with that FBI text message where she claimed that someone was trying to assassinate her. Because for some reason, she just had to make this about her. Why would she need to claim someone's trying to assassinate her? If it's all about Charlie Kirk, right? And third of all, why hasn't she been able to tell us who the shooter is? Isn't that what she's supposed to be doing? She's still asking that same dumbass question after 3.5 going on 4 months and can't tell us who the shooter is. And that's all she's supposed to be talking about right now. So why are we on Ben Shapiro? Shouldn't she be telling us who the actual shooter is that pulled the trigger on the gun? And be able to give us ballistics, a weapon, a bullet, all these things with evidence, photos, videos, evidence, DNA evidence, ballistic, anything, ballistic analysis. She should be able to give us great details on who this shooter is, what weapon he used, the bullet, how it matches the autopsy report. She should be able to tell us that, who the shooter is. It's been 3.5 months. When is she going to get to that? She's taking out a whole live, or a whole video rather, to talk about Ben Shapiro. Tell us who the shooter is. You cannot be a faithful candy-ass cult member. Or bot. And you've been hounding her nonsense and copying and pasting the same comments over and over again. And yet we're still at square one with who killed Charlie Kirk. We're still there after 3.5 months of her doing whatever you people claim to be investigation. These are the cult members that are sitting here saying she's got a lot of evidence, proof that she's lying. I ain't proving shit. Tell her to tell us who the shooter is. It's been 3.5 months. What the hell is she doing if she can't tell us that? That's lazy work. We owe you people nothing. Tell Candace to tell us who the damn shooter is. Because it's high time. It's been 3.5, 4 months. Candace, we're waiting. In the meantime, I dare you to say, because you said any country could basically fill in the blank. Any country then, right? We dare you to say Russia is committing mass genocide. Your candy-ass cult members and your bots can dance around that and distract, deter, deflect all day. We dare you to say that. We dare you to post up that FBI text message about this so-called assassination attempt in your life. We dare you to post up receipts about these payments coming from Emmanuel Macron to Club de Sant. You know, that whole lie you gave us about that French government employee saying that there's payments, there's a paper trail. We dare you to post it up. Yet again, Erica Kirk went out to Tennessee, met with this girl, and Candace couldn't even get that concrete message about Charlie Kirk saying somebody's trying to kill him the next day. Erica Kirk walked away from that having given her nothing. Not even a real call log you will see in an actual phone. She got nothing out of that. Tell us who the shooter is. Asking the same old dumb questions y'all been asking from day one. We don't have to agree. She don't have to ever accept it. But if she's saying, I'm dedicating the rest of my life to finding out who pulled the trigger, 3.5 months in, you sit here and bring on some clown and some con artist talking about he saw Erica Kirk on a military base. Tell us who the damn shooter is. Just tell us who the shooter is. Let's cut through the fluff. You know, because she says exactly what she means and she means exactly what she says. God. That would mean you have to be straightforward.
Imposter, Ben. You're an imposter. You pay to pretend that you're friends, that you have a right to be on that stage because you get donors to pressure people, because you know Jewish people who can threaten to take money, or you say, I'm going to do an advertising spend. Here's $1 million. I'm sorry, you're dead. The entire world knows that you are an imposter. I mean, you're so much of a fraud.
Goodness, the entire world doesn't even know you exist, let alone him. Candace, you're not fooling nobody on this crap right here, girl. Ben probably is laughing at you. I damn sure wouldn't respond to this buffoonery. Can you tell us who the shooter is? This has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk.
That essentially what you do is you have people send around clips to grown men to cheer you on, to pretend like the audiences love you. You staff audiences with people that work for YAF who are told to explode into cheers when you hit the stage because you don't have the confidence.
All those people, wait. So she's saying, she's pulling an Alex Jones. They're all paid actors. Everybody at TPUSA and Fest are paid actors now. Yeah, you heard a few boos out there, but you know, since she likes to generalize and stereotype, everybody's a paid actor. You can't exclude anybody. Because God help us all if you try to exclude people and actually say something factual, right? No. Everyone in Israel is committing genocide of some sort in Candace's world, in her alternate reality, but she won't say the same thing about Russia or China, North Korea, you know, Afghanistan. She won't say the same thing about any other country on earth. Yeah, I mean, Candace, you can really go there if you want and pick a country in North America. You know, the continent, not the country. North America is the continent, girl. Pick a country in the North American continent. Pick one. What? How about the one that starts with a U, ends with an A? Go ahead. We dare you to say the same thing. You said any country. So just fill in the blanks. Because that's what you're doing, right? Candace, you're supposed to be filling in the blanks. You can say this about any and every other country on earth, and yet you still don't do that. But you say what you mean, and you mean what you say, girl.
Fraud. That essentially what you do is you have people send around clips to grown men to cheer you on, to pretend like the audiences love you. You staff audiences with people that work for YAF who are told to...
Everybody at Amfest, y'all work for YAF, whatever that is. I'm be honest, you know. the fact that she's insinuating that paid audience, she didn't say, like 80% of it. You staff audiences. She never gave a percentage of this audience.
Right? People that work for YAF.
Yeah, you staff audiences with people that work for YAF. Is she talking about AmFest?
Who are told to explode into cheers when you hit the stage because you don't have the confidence anymore to go out into the world because people see you for what you are. Candace. And so it
Young American
exactly
fun.
What he did yesterday. Oh. We can now listen to what this imposter said as he hit the stage. Charlie Kirk's organization, the one that he built for debate, if you have a disagreement, and he instructs people here in this speech, go after me and Tucker Carlson, right? That's what he's going to do. He wants us deplatformed. So he's going to attack me, he's going to attack Tucker Carlson, and he's going to attack Megyn Kelly because she's at the beginning of what these people have put me and Tucker and Charlie Kirk through. Take a listen.
No, I don't lump Charlie Kirk into that. Because remember, you two unfriended each other. And you have yet to show any text message or communication within the last 12 months between you and Charlie Kirk. I mean, if you unfriended and unfollowed each other, that's a sign that you're not communicating, right? And I'm talking about directly to each other, not him seeing your post and you see his post. That doesn't count. That does not count. I mean, friendship, like you claim to be his sister of some sort, when deep down you said you were neglecting your children because you were mourning and grieving his loss. So he that moment became bigger than your own children and your motherhood. I don't understand how Boys Club is still standing behind a camera and he is seeing her descend fastly into madness and obsess over Charlie Kirk's death, over Charlie Kirk, and have a complete disregard for the rule of law. A disregard for his children and Erica Kirk. Oh, I haven't seen any overwhelming evidence. Why do you have people believing that it's up to you to determine whether something's legit or authentic? Why should anyone care whether or not you've seen anything, Candace? Because we're here for that, girl. All right, come on, Bone Quisha.
Listen to a portion of what Ben had to say.
So, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk casting aspersions at TPUSA and the people who work here, who worked with Charlie every single day, his best friends, to cast aspersions.
I just got to go back again because she said a paid audience. She said this is a paid audience that works for YAF.
To grown men, to cheer you on, to pretend like the audiences love you. You staff audiences with people that work for YAF who are told to...
Yeah, so the AmFest audience worked for YAF. All of you people are paid staff members of YAF. How many people were at AmFest? How many people fit in that building they were in? It looked like at least 30,000 people. I mean, it's just huge. That's a huge stadium. And you're saying, Candace, these people are paid audiences. You staff audiences.
People that work for YAF.
People that work for YAF. So the entire audience at AmFest are paid individuals that work for YAF. Because she didn't differentiate that at all. She didn't say at least 60% of them. Or 70%. Or 30% of them. Or just 49 to 51. No. She's not giving a realistic number of people. She's saying you staff audiences with people that work for YAF. So that's all of them. Even if the ones that were booing him and were actually disagreeing with what he said, they're all paid employees of YAF. Everybody in the audience. Got it.
You are told to explode into cheers when you hit the stage because you don't have the confidence anymore to go out into the world because people see you for what you are.
Oh, no.
And so it exactly what he did yesterday. We can now listen
with
to
all
what
of
this imposter said as he hit the stage. Charlie Kirk's organization, the one that he built for debate, if you have a disagreement, and he instructs people here in this speech, go after me and Tucker Carlson, right? That's what he's going to do. He wants us deplatformed. So he's going to attack me. He's going to attack Tucker Carlson. And he's going to attack Megyn Kelly because she's at the beginning of what these people have put me and Tucker and Charlie Kirk through. Take a listen to a portion of what Ben had to say.
They got 7,000.
So, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk casting aspersions at TPUSA, and the people who work here, who worked with Charlie every single day, his best friends, to cast aspersions at Mikey McCoy and Andrew Colvin and Blake Neff and Tyler Boyer, and yes, at Erica Kirk, and to imply or outright claim complicity in a cover-up over Charlie's murder, to spew absolutely baseless trash implicating everyone from French intelligence to Mossad to members of TPUSA in Charlie's murder or a cover-up in that murder, then we, as people with a microphone, have a moral obligation to call that out by name. So no, Tucker Carlson, it is not an excuse to go silent on Candace's targeting of TPUSA.
There you go. It's the Young Americans Foundation, a conservative nonprofit organization in the U.S. that focuses on promoting free enterprise, limited government, and traditional values. That would include exercising the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, Candace Owens. You're not the only one with the right to free speech, heifer. So they went up there and they just embarrassed Bone Quisha to death. Okay. Y'all, Bone Quisha is on full effect today. You can't make this up. He never said that exactly, Susan Q. He never said that. He never called for her to be canceled or anything like that. So, Candace, you're trying to alter reality for everyone else while also claim that the entire audience at AmFest are paid staff employees of YAF. Once again, she never differentiated that, lumping people into one basket, because that's her weird way of just not reading statistics, I guess, or just not wanting to accept the fact that people don't always have to agree with what she says. People are going to be critical of her. People are going to speak their mind. Other people have First Amendment rights. She is not all of our cult leader. Candace, take your dumbass cult, go to Russia, and I dare you say that Russia is committing genocide. I dare you to say that. Yeah, I'm willing to bet that $7,000 people keep claiming I'm getting paid for. You can't make this up. This is insane.
Or to mirror the bullshit lines of questioning because you love Candace personally. The same holds true of Megyn Kelly, a person I consider a friend, characterizing Candace as a young mother and thus shying away from condemning her actions or fibbing about them. That is a non-starter. When Candace Owens says, I don't know, but I know, that is retarded. And we are all more retarded for having heard it.
Well, Ben.
Y'all, we went over this speech, but just to hear that again, it's just as good as hearing it the first time. That is just as epic as hearing it for the very first time. It's like one of those punchlines where every time you hear it, you're going to get excited because it's like hearing it for the first time. It's so epic. Candace. Bone Quisha. Girl, just because you got MPD, because George said so, Boys Club said that he has no idea which personality he's going to encounter day by day, and that he feels like he's married to multiple women. He said that out of his mouth. So we're going to go with that. Just because you've got multiple personalities living in your head into some alternate reality does not mean we're all forced to go along with your dumbass girl. I cannot tell you all why I can't watch her show alone. I just can't do it. Because Candace, I'm afraid I'm going to lose brain cells listening to you. I can't do it. I have to bring in, listen, if we're all going to sit here and listen to this BS, we might as well just come listen to it together and have a good laugh at it. Because you can't do nothing but laugh at this point. I mean, we all see that she's a soulless, evil miscreant from hell, that she lies like hell, weaponizes God. It's blasphemous, by the way. She does not care about Erica Kirk or the 2 children that they have that are still getting kidnapping and death threats. She doesn't care about the investigation that's actually trying to get the bad guy into the death penalty, in the death chair. No, she didn't care about any of that. And she said it herself. I do not care about this investigation. That's what she said. No one's forcing her to care. See, this is how she bends and manipulates things. Oh, look at it, they're attacking me. Woe is me, because she's playing the victim. Anytime anyone says something about her, she goes into victimization mode. Because she knows that she has no concrete evidence or messages to debunk anything that they're saying. And on top of that, if they're giving their opinion, it is what it is. You don't have to like it. I'm not here to convince the candy-ass cult members to believe what I say. I don't care if they believe me or not. It doesn't stop me from saying what I want to say either way. This is what's so crazy. Free speech is somehow illegal to her in her world because she's a dictator. She's a dictator unto herself. She's a cult leader. So her dumb cult are going to follow her, but she expects everyone else to do it. And Candace, that's where we all get insulted, and we just feel even more dumber for you thinking that you're going to be able to sway everyone from just believing what's happening in front of our eyes and our ears. Or the fact that you still won't post up simple evidence to prove someone's trying to assassinate you.
When it comes to you and having worked with you, I just know the tactics that you use to feign popularity in the public. I just know the amount of money that you are willing to spend on advertising to inflate your numbers to make people think that you're popular. So, yeah, I don't have to say we don't know when it comes to you. You are such a joke of a little man. Your jealousy against Tucker, your ability to believe that you can keep manipulating the markets. You know those kids booed you on that stage. The amount of messages I got from Turning Point USA people saying, what is happening? Why is he on this stage standing against?
Yeah, you just said they are all paid staff members of YAF. And now you're saying some of them have booed him, which we can all audibly hear. But once again, it's either or. It's either they're all paid staff members of YAF cheering him on, or they're all booing him and they can see through his BS. Which one is it? For some reason, she doesn't believe it can be both. Because I heard people booing and clapping. Both can be true at the same time, but somehow in her alternate reality with her dumb cult, sounds don't matter, neither do words. You can't make this
against everything that Charlie believed in. That's what you're doing. You're sitting against everything that Charlie believed in because you weren't his friend.
No. He's exercising his First Amendment rights. Isn't that what Charlie believed in? Even if you didn't follow Charlie Kirk, I think enough snippets of him saying he values free speech. He welcomes debate. He wants people to challenge and ask questions. But you're sitting here saying he shouldn't be doing that because he's saying something about you. Therefore, he's going against what Charlie Kirk believed in. No, he's actually uplifting what Charlie Kirk believed in because free speech is free to all. Candace, not just you and your dumbass cult. If you don't understand the First Amendment of our U.S. Constitution, you might want to contact one of those 3 attorneys and get them to explain it to you. Because that's how that works. Laws are laws. They don't bend in your favor. Facts don't care about your feelings, girl. Come on, Bone Quisha, get this done.
He didn't like you for that very reason. Look at you, and I just think you are such a little worm. I could see you right now, probably.
She's talking about herself.
Well, can we get out to her? We're going to sue her into bankruptcy again. Right? Sue her for every infraction.
Yeah, they're going to sue the hell out of you, girl. You might as well get used to that. You're named as a co-defendant in a pump and dump federal lawsuit. A whole scheme, Candace. A whole pyramid scheme. Dealing with fake meme coins that don't exist. And you're named as a co-defendant in a federal lawsuit. How does it feel, Candace? Just tell us how it feels. It's like she's projecting. She's telling us about herself.
And every word that I don't like and every time my feelings are hurt. because what you really believe in is Baal Barith. That's what your people believe in. You believe that you are contract lords,
even sued her,
and that people are not allowed to violate contracts, or you will ruin them for years. You fire someone, and you effectively stalk and harass them for years after. I'm here to let you know that I'm done with it. I am done with it. This one is so fully off of the mother effing plantation. Truly, Ben Shapiro, ooh, fuck you and the midget horse that you were.
Oh, Boquisha got an attitude. Lord mercy. Girl, if you don't have several seats and sit your ass down. Boquisha. If you're going to try to sit here and be gangster, at least say some things that are factually correct. When did Ben Shapiro sue you? When did he do that? When did he sue her? Did he sue her? I thought he had a lawsuit. Did he ever have a lawsuit against her? Or was it just the whole thing about the breach of contract? Let me ask this. Has he sued her recently? Because maybe I'm missing something. You can't make this up. Oh my God, Boquisha just dropped the F-bomb. He's never, is it Liza? I'm gonna make sure I say your name right here. He's never ever, he's never sued her. Okay, because I was like, what the heck? Am I missing something? Yeah, I did the priceless. Candace, he would have the right to sue you if he wanted to. Because, like any other American citizen, he has the right to seek legal recourse in the court of law. The Macrons are showing us how it's done. I say this all the time. You'd be amazed at the people that watch your content. Because I shocked myself, ended up in an article somewhere, with French Pravda. Who would have thought? But I'm here for it. Candace, if Ben Shapiro wants to sue you into oblivion, he can. He can. The only thing you can do is take your ass to court and stop trying to dodge it. You know the way you're doing this with the Macrons? You talk all this big talk. You sitting here dropping the F-bomb and all this stuff, girl. Yeah, you can run your mouth, but when you get hit with a lawsuit, now it's, oh, they're trying to bankrupt me. How broke are you? We all see that you're valued at least $244 million with Boys Club. Now take him out the equation, you probably would be broke as hell. But I highly doubt that if he were to sue you, you would not be able to pay that judgment out in one check. Candace, you're the one making all this money, and your cult members tell us every single time they come in this chat that you're rich. So if you're rich, because this is cult leader speak right here. This is how cult leaders talk. If you're rich, Candace, why are you screaming and hollering about being bankrupt? Why? I thought she was rich. Candy ass cult members tell us all the time. I've got plenty of comments from your candy ass cult members and from the dumb bots that don't do spell checks, because they refuse to do a spell check. But the bots and the cult members always reminding us here in the LLC particularly that you're rich and wealthy and that you got a lot of fucking money. Because we can both say that word. And yet now she's sitting here crying, talking about, oh, you want to sue me into bankruptcy. You're just trying to sue me for me to be bankrupt. But according to your cult members and your bots, you're not going to be bankrupt. They say you're rich and wealthy. And they worship the ground you walk on. Lest we not forget, you're capable of fundraising for some random dude from this other chicken head. And he's got 135,000. Where we at? Because, this is real time update here. 135,840. Like, this is a possibility. The goal is $250,000. If I were to start a GoFundMe right now, how would that do? Some person who can't even present a DD-214 and verify with DNA testing his true identity has been able to raise $135,000 simply because you said so, because you're a cult leader. But you have people out here struggling to put food on the table, let alone buy their kids a Christmas gift. You're sitting here talking about you're going to be bankrupt from a lawsuit, Candace. You're going to be bankrupt from a lawsuit. Unless that lawsuit is for $300 million, you're not going to be bankrupt at all. You're not. Now, if it ends up being where you get Alex Jones, then you had that comment. You had all of that comment, especially from the Macrons. You had it coming. What is she supposed to be doing right now? What she think she's doing? He's gonna sue you, Candace, and if he wants to sue you into oblivion, he can do that. All you got to do is go to court. Go hire 3 more attorneys. It should be fine.
And every time my feelings are hurt, because what you really believe in is Baal Barith. That's saying what is happening. Why is he on this stage, standing against everything that Charlie believed in? That's what you're doing.
She's trying to gaslight
everything that Charlie believed in. Because you weren't his friend. He didn't like you for that very reason. Look at you, and I just think you are such a little worm. I could see you right now, probably. What can we get out to her? We're going to sue her into bankruptcy again.
Exactly.
Right? Sue her for every infraction, every word that I don't like, and every time my feelings are hurt. Because what you really believe in is Baal Barith. That's what your people believe in. You believe that you are contract lords and that people are not allowed to violate contracts or you will ruin them for years. You fire someone and you effectively stalk and harass them for years after. I'm here to let you know that I'm done with it. I am done with it. This one is so fully off of the mother effing plantation. Truly, Ben Shapiro, fuck you and the midget horse that you rode in on. And I say that on behalf of the world.
No, you don't.
You're going to get applaud.
The devil is a liar. And so are you, Candace Amber Owens Farmer, a.k.a. Bonquisha. You do not speak on behalf of the world. I don't know why you keep trying to do that. Just because you're a cult leader doesn't mean you're a cult leader of Earth. You alien. Y'all know she said she's an alien. She said that about herself. She called herself an alien. Candace, stop trying to invade our planet and then sit here and think that you're the representative of Earth. No, you're not, girl. You're not, Bonquisha. You do not represent me in this. No, I owe you nothing. You don't even pay my bills, heifer. You're talking on behalf of the planet, of the world. Which world are we talking about? Maybe we should ask which world is she referring to. Candace, I do believe you came from one of the moons that, float around Jupiter. You're not even from the planet itself. You're from the moon. I already said this once before. The dark side of the moon where that sees no sunlight. One of Jupiter's moons. That's where Candace came from. Now you want to speak on behalf of our world? You mean Earth? You're not speaking on behalf of Earth. No, ma'am. The hell you will. Y'all. She thinks that she gets to crash land on our planet. She gets to speak for all of us. Nope. Now you and your cult members and your bots can go back to that moon that's attached to Jupiter, and then you all can do what the hell you want to do over there, and you can reign yourself supreme over that world or moon. But you won't do it here on Earth. Hell no. Yo, this is what happens when an alien thinks that they're smart. Just to help you in the midget horse you rode on, Candace. He could say the same thing about you. He really could. You sound like a 5-year-old. Who says that? The opportunity for you to drop the F word and then you attach it to midget horse. She didn't even say jackass or donkey butt. Like, you can't. You went back to first grade with that insult. What the hell is happening? She might as well just say Ben Shapiro, Big Mad, Kool-Aid face, red. Girl, bye. You're not even doing this right. God, oh, you bad at this, Candace. You are bad at this, Bonquisha. Candace, Bonquisha, we had a Karen, a Jennifer, the alien. You know, when she's herself in raw form, alien. That's it. You can't make this up, girl. How do you drop the ball on saying F you and the midget horse you rode on? You might as well just call it a unicorn. F you and the rainbow colored unicorn you came in on, My Little Pony. My Little Pony. Oh my. Candace, My Little Pony says stop stealing their lines, okay? They ain't got time for this. Stop stealing their lines. Tell Funny Bone, stop spamming my chat. See you, that stupid emoji. You trying to get my attention? You got it. What the hell you want? And you gonna copy and paste? You're literally proving my point, you bot. Can you come up with something else? Yeah, be creative and come up with a new comment. What the hell wrong with you? It's spamming the chat. Put his dumb ass in timeout. You come back with something funny, Bone. You come back with something funny. How about that? That's a challenge to you. You can't make this up. My Little Pony has got to be highly insulted right now. How dare you?
By Konstantin Kisin and Andrew Christ is King Clavin and all of the people, the men who have to keep applauding what you do like you're a 4-year-old to make you feel good.
Girl.
But the rest of the world can't stand you. You're obnoxious. You have absolutely no values that exist outside of the Talmud. You describe yourself as a Talmudic Jew, and I've learned what's in that Talmud.
I gotta go back. Oh, My Little Pony is gonna be so mad.
Everything that Charlie believed in. That's what you're doing. You're sitting against everything that Charlie believed in. Because you weren't his friend. He didn't like you for that very reason. Look at you, and I just think you are such a little worm. I could see you right now, probably.
Oh,
what can we get out to her? We're going to sue her into bankruptcy again, right?
Yep.
Sue her for every infraction and every word that I don't like and every time my feelings are hurt. Because what you really believe in is Baal Berith. That's what your people believe in. You believe that you are contract lord.
Wait, what? Candace, why do you know that? Why do you know something about an idol false god? Who brought this up? Baal Berith. Baal Berith? Why are you bringing this stuff up? That sounds very evil and satanic, Candace. Bonquisha, I guess, is a scholar in witchcraft and unfamiliar spirits. Perhaps Bonquisha is the one that came up with the idea to say that, Charlie Kirk came to her in a vision. A deceased person came to her in a vision. Because you're talking some satanic, demonic nonsense here about Baal Berith. What, Candace? No one needs to know anything about that. Who pulled the trigger on the gun? Since you don't believe it's Tyler Robinson, who pulled the damn trigger? What does any of this have to do with you telling us who pulled the trigger?
That's what your people believe in. You believe that you are contract lords and that people are not allowed to violate contracts or you will ruin them for years.
Is that
fire someone and you effectively stalk and harass them for years after.
Candace, a breach of contract is illegal. And you can be held legally liable in court too for damages. Period. Because they might as well, if they're going to sit here and pay you money. Look, you agreed to this contract too. That contract works two ways. So if she was the one filing a lawsuit, it wouldn't be a big deal. They sued her for breaching the contract. Now she's calling him a made-up idol god of some sort. The Lord of the contracts. Girl, just go all the way there. Just say Lord of the Rings.
I'm here to let you know that I'm done with it. I am done with it. This one is so fully off of the mother effing plantation. Truly, Ben Shapiro,
mother effing
fuck
plantation.
you and the midget horse that you rode in on. And I say that on behalf of the world.
Patty mouth. Your children got to see this video, Candace. You understand? Yeah, because you want to come off like a perfectionist. See, here's where I'm just so happy and free at this. I'm always myself. And sometimes I cuss. It is what it is. Candace tries to portray this image that she doesn't do these things, even though she lies like hell. But she definitely tries to come off like she doesn't use profanity. And so what she does, it is funny to hear. You know, insulting My Little Pony and midget horses and all these things, Capricorns, unicorns. Like, you can't make this up. This is priceless. And then you trying to speak on behalf of the planet. This is insane. If he sues you, Candace, he sued you. That's it. The earth is not going to stop revolving around the sun because yet another person has sued you. When you're already now involved in a federal lawsuit regarding a pump and dump scheme, and you're being sued from the Macrons, that you're definitely bound to lose. We just want you to stay true to your word for once and go to the discovery phase. Don't try to settle with them. Go ahead and let that go to trial. It's a jury trial demand, by the way. Please give us something to continue to report on when it comes to you and the Macron's lawsuit and go to trial. I don't even know why you filing a motion to dismiss. Why? You want to go to discovery phase? You want to have subpoena power? Why are you making an issue about someone suing you if you said yourself, sue me, I want subpoena power? Okay. So when you speak that stuff into existence, that's what it is. That's why I don't get mad when the candy ass cult members say that I'm going to be blessed with $7,000 because I want that to happen. As a matter of fact, let it be $7,000 per hour. That way I can be fairly compensated. You know, I could go higher than that, really. But, you know, no proof that anyone is being paid $7,000, but whatever. Pay me $7,000 and make it per hour. And then tell me what's the payment method as to how I'm getting this money. You know, because I'm waiting on the 7G. This is insane. She gets mad because someone says she's doing this for views, likes, clicks, and money. And she still can't tell us who pulled the trigger on the gun. Madness. Now she speaks on for the world? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. If they sue you, they've just sued you. And he has the right to do it. And the only thing you can do is take your ass to court and stop filing motions to dismiss. Go to the next phase and get that subpoena power you think you've got because you don't know how subpoena power actually works. You know, that stuff goes over her head.
I know. You're going to get applauded by Konstantin Kisin and Andrew Christ is King Clavin and all of the people, the men who have to keep applauding what you do like you're a 4-year-old to make you feel good. But the rest of the world can't stand you. You're obnoxious.
Yeah, you don't speak for the rest of the world. Why don't you refer to the people on your planet? Because you're an alien? Remember that?
You have absolutely no values that exist outside of the Talmud. You describe yourself as a Talmudic Jew, and I've learned what's in that Talmud, and I encourage other people at home to learn what is in that Talmud so that you know what Ben thinks of you, because he doesn't just hate me, he hates you too, white men. He hates all Black people, okay? If he's following the rules of the Talmud, I mean, when I say hates, they think that we're animals, that they have a right to own us, that they have a right to make us.
Wait a minute.
By Konstantin Kisin and Andrew Christ is King Clavin.
Something Candace Owens also says, aka Bonquisha. Christ is King. Isn't that her slogan? So when all of a sudden you want to challenge that because you put Christians in air quotes now, why are you acting as if that's a new slogan or something? She says that all the time. Isn't that how she identified her cult members? They all say Christ is King. Now Andrew COVID came up with it. Candace, so now you don't want to take credit for that crisis king thing? I don't understand. Why are you backing away from that slogan you use all the time on your show? That's still in videos that we can all watch, because the rest of the world is not going to your alternate reality. You've got 30 voices inside your head. We're not in the mood. We're not in the mood.
And all of the people, the men who have to keep applauding what you do like you're a 4-year-old to make you feel good.
God.
But the rest of the world can't stand you. You're obnoxious. You have absolutely no values that exist outside of the Talmud. You describe yourself as a Talmudic Jew, and I've learned what's in that Talmud, and I encourage other people at home to learn what is in that Talmud so that you know what Ben thinks of you, because he doesn't just...
Wait, whoa. Everybody that's in her audience isn't black. So what good does this do, Candace? The majority of your cult following are not black women. They're not black people. They're not black men or women. The majority of her cult following are not black people, male or female. So what good would that book be to the majority of her audience? What good is that book? I don't get it. Why? I don't need to read that book. If he is a Jewish person, does it make him Caucasian? I mean, Candace, you're trying to gaslight and invoke racism when the majority of your audience are not black people. That shit don't work on us. We have the right to infer what we want. What the hell? So we supposed to be angry? I'm not. Chabu. Candace does not pay my rent, so I still owe her nothing.
Does hate me? He hates you too, white men. He hates all black people. Okay, if he's following the rules of the Talmud, I mean, when I say hates,
you can't make.
They think that we're animals, that they have a right to own us, that they have a right to make us worship them, that they have a right.
You clown. When did I say that? I said the majority of her audience, of her supporters, are not even black people. So for her to try to gaslight people on racism or the aspects of slavery is a moot point. It's futile. The majority of her audience is not, they're not black. You can read that book if you want to, go for it. Who the hell telling you not to read? You know, because they can't hear words now either. Who said you shouldn't read? I said, what good is that book to her audience when the majority of her audience are not black people? She's trying to get people riled up to look at Ben Shapiro like Ben Shapiro is racist when he hired Candace Owens, who looking at her as a black woman. Read the book or not, I don't care. I don't care about that. That's a moot point. I'm saying that this is not effective if you're trying to invoke anger of someone. You're not invoking half of your audience. Half of her audience aren't black people. So to try to get people riled up to look at him as if he's racist, what is she doing this for? Is she trying to say that he doesn't like white people either? Like Caucasian European descent? Is this what she's going with this? Because, I mean, now she wants to see and talk about racism. You can't make this up. Didn't her and Kanye West wear shirts that says white lives matter? When has Ben Shapiro ever been racist towards white people again? What's the point of this?
You're going to get applauded by Konstantin Kisin and Andrew Christ is King Clavin and all of the people, the men who have to keep applauding what you do like you're a 4-year-old to make you feel good. But the rest of the world can't stand you. You're obnoxious. You have absolutely no values that exist outside of the Talmud. You describe yourself as a Talmudic Jew, and I've learned what's in that Talmud, and I encourage other people at home to learn what is in that Talmud so that you know what Ben thinks of you, because he doesn't just hate me, he hates you too, white men. He hates all black people, okay? If he's following the rules of the Talmud, I mean, when I say hates, they think that we're animals, that that they have a right to own us, that they have a right to make us worship them, that they have a right to lie to us, that they have a right to sue us and take everything that we have, that they have a right to deceive us, that they have a right to treat Charlie the way that he treated Charlie while he was alive.
Let me stop you right there. You read the book. Y'all can go read that book. I don't need to read it to see that she's trying to gaslight. That is the point. In case I wasn't clear. Candace Amber Owens Farmer, a.k.a. Bonquisha, Karen, and everything else in between, because she's got 30 people in her head, is gaslighting people to believe that Ben Shapiro is racist. I don't have to mention a book to see that she's gaslighting. That's the key word of the day, along with evidence. Gaslight. That's what she's doing. It's obvious as day. I don't owe her shit else. I made that clear. I owe her nothing. She's trying to gaslight people to have people think he's being racist. Now we're on this racism bit. This is why y'all see the comments in the chat about black on black crime and violence, black on black violence, all this dumb shit that have nothing to do with anything. She's simply trying to gaslight people to have them angry and invoke some feeling, because once again, in her world, in her reality, her feelings come before facts. So now she's trying to give the appearance that Ben Shapiro is racist towards Caucasian people and black people. It's funny that she's sitting here trying to weaponize this book to do that, when she could have just said that. I mean, really, she could have just said, y'all know what? Ben Shapiro is racist. He doesn't like white people or black people. Then why do you need a book? Why even make that connection? She knows how to make a connection to this BS, but she can't make a connection from these Egyptian planes to the actual assassination of Charlie Kirk and the crime scene. She can't do that, though. That's the connection that people are still waiting for. Somehow she cannot make that connection. But this connection she'll make all day. Honestly, let me tell you something. Ben Shapiro don't pay my bills either. This is the beauty of not having, I don't have to lean one way or the other. I don't owe anyone any fealty. But I'm not going to let the Luxters here in the LLC be gaslit to just think because Candace Owens said it, now Ben Shapiro is racist towards every other race except, I guess, other Jews. And she can't even support this with evidence. Oh, because he's a Talmudic Jew. What about all the others that are and that are not racist at all? What about the people who are racist and they haven't read that book either? Because that can go both ways. What if they consider themselves to be Jewish and they actually are racist and they're not Talmudic Jews? You see how irrelevant the book is now? When you flip the scenario around, and there are people who could be actual racists, and they consider themselves to be Talmudic, or not even be considered themselves to be Talmudic, and they still racist. What about that scenario? What book fixed that point? You don't need a book. If she wants to make this claim, just like any other dumb claim she makes with no evidence, go ahead and make it, Candace. You don't need to hide behind a book to do it. If he sues you, he's going to sue you either way. You're just trying to validate this nonsense. And for what? It still gets her nowhere at the end of the day. This is something she simply wanted to say, and she used a book to try to base this dumb nonsense on. When it's not necessary. The book is a moot point. She's accusing this man of being racist towards white people and black people, simply because he considers himself to be a certain type of Jewish person. It's irrelevant.
Only to then try to defraud the population into thinking that he is somehow a part of his legacy, that he somehow cared about Charlie Kirk and cares to protect the people that are working at Turning Point USA. Goodbye, Ben. Goodbye. Question is, how much more money is Ben Shapiro going to spend to make people think that he's popular. How many more articles is his father going to write under a pen name, Hank Berrien of the Daily Wire, under the pen name Hank Berrien, as he wrote while Ben was at Breitbart, before he turned his back and betrayed them too, because that is his nature. He's one of these belly creatures, sliver on.
God.
The question is, how many more weeks and years do we have to keep pretending like Ben Shapiro is relevant? It's an open-ended question.
Candace, you've made him more important now because you're talking about him. I guess he should thank you for keeping his name out there. Candace, he doesn't pay our mortgage. You're the only one sitting here trying to call him a racist. No one is doing this right now but you. All because he's got a standing ovation. You this mad about something he said at AmFest, but you just told him F you and the My Little Pony horse he came on, you know, the midget horse and all. Now you're saying, oh, you're racist because you're this type of Jew. What? Oh, God. What does this have to do with anything related to the person that pulled the trigger on the gun? You're supposed to be finding that out, Candace. Bonquisha needs to step aside because apparently, you know, the hood in that just will not allow her to tell us who the shooter is, you know, because she doesn't believe it's Tyler Robinson. Because evidence and videos and the confession. No, never mind all that. Tell us who the shooter is, Candace. Tell us who pulled the trigger. That's what you're supposed to be doing.
Of course, what followed Ben Shapiro on stage is somebody who Charlie Kirk loved very much and who he fought for to the very end against the Jewish donors who were pressuring him, some of them because Ben Shapiro insisted that they do. Take a listen to what Tucker Carlson had to say when he hit the stage.
The prediction that, you know, at some point when Republicans took power again, which I did everything I could, you know, to help, and really felt that was important. I still think, you know, I was right. But I really thought that the impulse to deplatform people, or even to use the word platform as a verb, which it's not, it's a noun, don't steal my nouns, deplatform and denounce. Why haven't you denounced somebody else? The whole like Red Guard cultural revolution thing that we so hated and feared on the left that we did everything we could to usher in a new time where you could have an actual debate. I mean, this kind of was the whole point of Charlie Kirk's public life. And I think that he died for it. I really believe that. And I know a lot about it because the last several months of Charlie's life were devoted in part to arguing about this event, in fact, this speech, in fact, my speech here, which he asked me to do earlier this year, this summer, and was immediately put under just immense pressure from people who give money to Turning Point. I would assume good people, but who wanted him to take me off the roster. And this has all become public, and the whole thing is so sad that I never talk about it, except to say Charlie stood firm in his often stated and deeply held belief that people should be able to debate, and that if you have something valid to say, if you're telling the truth, you ought to be able to explain it calmly and in detail to people who don't agree with you, and that you shouldn't immediately resort to shut up racist.
That is Charlie Kirk's true legacy, and that is Charlie Kirk's true friend, just as I was and am and will continue to fight.
What the hell?
With you, and that you shouldn't immediately.
When did Ben Shapiro say to deplatform her? And if you denounce someone's actions or someone's words, their hateful speech, racist rhetoric, it doesn't mean that you're calling for them to be deplatformed either. You know, because Tucker Carlson obviously doesn't understand definitions of terms himself. You can't make this up. When did he ever say, I want her deplatformed? He just wants people to call out someone when they're saying something that is not substantiated with facts and evidence, such as, you know, I sent a text message to the FBI agent that's pretty high ranking as well. And then you don't post that FBI text message. I just got a call from a high-ranking French government employee that said that payments are being processed and transactions are going through Club de Sant. So obviously there's a paper trail, and then you don't post up that paper trail. You know how that works with evidence? When you're saying someone is trying to, assassinate you, and then you post up no paper trail, no receipt, no transaction to prove that. That's what you're denouncing. The fact that she's making statements, purporting them to be facts with no evidence. Candace, you're lying by omission. Because she understands that concept when it comes to everyone else. But when it comes to her, she's the biggest hypocrite on earth. Hypocrisy being synonymous with lying. Because that can be Googled. Dictionary.com. Hypocrite is synonymous with lying. So to say she's being a hypocrite is to also say she's being a liar. She's a flat out liar. Lying by omission means you are withholding information or a set of facts so that you can paint this dumb narrative that at the end of the day, she seems to abandon quicker than anything else. Mighty funny how her so-called assassination attempt has not came back up again. But we're still waiting for her to tell us who that French government employee is, or to post up the transactions from Club de Sant, while her dumb cult members and bots still ask stupid questions outside of the point at hand. Because they're distracting and deterring people from the point at hand, because they know she doesn't have any evidence to prove that. Don't you think she would have posted those transactions if she had them? Because I know everyone else with a brain knows that Candace, if she had proof of those transactions about someone trying to assassinate her from another country, she would have posted it up. But yet again, she keeps digging this hole for herself. That's another added complaint that the Macrons could put down to the lawsuit, or they can file separately. Candace, either way, you cannot stop someone from suing you. You don't have the power or the authority to do that. The only thing you can do is, if Ben Shapiro sues you, is go to court. And do like you always do. File a motion to dismiss. I don't understand why be so defiant or something like you can stop someone from suing you. No, you can't. Goodbye.
Resort to shut up racist.
That is Charlie Kirk's true legacy, and that is Charlie Kirk's true friend, just as I was and am and will continue to fight and ask questions about who killed Charlie Kirk. And to people that are at home, I implore you to wake up to these people who believe that they are contract lords. I challenge Black Americans to wake up to your true history, because your quarrel is not with white.
Okay, so if you have a contract with someone, you shouldn't follow it, because laws are not laws as well in the land of Candyland. I mean, Candace, that might work on your coat, because they do exactly what you say and they take marching orders from you, a Black woman. However, when it comes to the rest of us here on earth, contracts are legal binding documents, legal binding agreements between at least two parties. So if you signed a contract with Daily Wire and you failed to read it, that's your fault. Why didn't you get an attorney to help you explain the moral clause that comes with it? It's like an elaborate moral clause. You're not going to go out and defame your own company or attack the people that represent your company like this. You violated and breached that contract. That's it. It's a legal binding agreement in the court of law, because we don't care about your court of public opinion. We just don't give a damn. In the court of law, no judge is going to sit here and let you throw a tantrum over your willfulness to violate or breach a contract, a legal binding agreement, period. It's not going to happen. Judge Rennie has got a lot to teach you, girl. You about to learn.
Men Okay? Wake up to who publishes these books and keeps us warring with one another. Christians versus Christians, right? Christians versus Muslims.
No, Lord.
Wake up and learn the true history of slavery, because that wasn't exactly a white men
Candace
sport.
had an attorney, exactly.
Okay?
She could call her attorney.
Jewish people were the ones that were trading us. Jewish people were in control of the slave trade. They've buried a lot of it.
Where's this evidence? Oh, they buried it.
Okay? Jewish people were the ones that were trading us. Jewish people.
I got to go back.
He died for it. I really believe that. And I know a lot about it because the last several months of Charlie's life were devoted in part to arguing about this event, in fact, this speech, in fact, my speech here, which he asked me to do earlier this year, this summer, and was immediately put under just immense pressure from people who give money to Turning Point. I would assume good people, but who wanted him to take me off the roster.
Exactly.
And this has all become public, and the whole thing is so sad that I never talk about it, except to say Charlie stood firm in his often stated and deeply held belief that people should be able to debate, and that if you have something valid to say, if you're telling the truth, you ought to be able to explain it calmly and in detail to people who don't agree with you, and that you shouldn't immediately resort to...
That's all she's doing. She's the author of chaos and confusion, you know, like Satan himself. Because Candace Owens is the bride of Chucky. You're like just a spawn. All of your personalities are in on it.
Shut up, racist.
That is Charlie Kirk's true legacy, and that is Charlie Kirk's true friend, just as I was and am and will continue to fight and ask questions about who killed Charlie Kirk.
Why did you two unfollow each other again? Candace, why did you and Charlie Kirk unfollow each other? Friends don't do that. Even if you have a disagreement or a fight, you don't unfollow each other. Why did you unfollow him? And then still secretly obsess over TPUSA and him? Candace Owens was in love with Charlie Kirk, madly in love. Because you ooze this nonsense out, girl. It's hard to miss. It's not hard to miss. It is not hard to miss. Your cult members are going to sit here and distracted, deflected, deter. I don't care. I don't care they ask about anything beyond what we're talking about. Don't care about that. I told them they enter at their own peril. But you unfollowed him and he unfollowed you. Friends don't do that. Remember? No post, no text between Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens within the last 12 months. All her stuff going back to 2019, 2021, all the stuff 5 years ago. We don't care about nothing that happened 5 years ago. What happened within the last 12 months? Candace, every time I hear you talk about this, you sound more and more guilty about something.
And to people that are at home, I implore you to wake up to these people who believe that they are contract lords. I challenge Black.
Yeah, she's telling you to violate contracts because, you know, laws aren't real. Neither are legally binding agreements. And then when the candy-ass cult members start getting sued because they're violating and breaching contracts, you'll have your cult leader, Candace Owens, a.k.a. Bonquisha, to thank. Good luck to court.
Americans, to wake up to your true history, because your quarrel is not with white men. Okay?
Oh, God.
Wake up to who publishes these books and keeps us warring with one another. Christians versus Christians.
Oh,
right?
God.
Christians versus Muslims. Wake up and learn the true history of slavery, because that wasn't exactly.
No one owes you anything, Candace. You breached the contract. They sued your ass. Then. And all your cult followers should be sued if they breach a contract, because laws are laws. Facts don't care about your feelings, and you do not override the court. Don't make a contractual binding agreement with anyone, a legally binding agreement with anyone, if you're not going to uphold it. No one owes her the benefit of the doubt of getting over anything. They have the right to sue her. Ben Shapiro has the right to sue her. And they will sue her if they feel the need to. That's it. She can't stop that. There is nothing that Candace Owens or her dumbass cult members can do about that. You let Candace get you effed up if you want to. Go breach a contract, and then you getting thousands of dollars from that, and see what happens. They're gonna sue you into oblivion.
A white men sport. Okay.
You got it coming, girl.
Jewish people were the ones that were trading us. Jewish people were in control of the slave trade. They've buried a lot of it, but it's there and you can find it.
This is crazy.
I think all of us need to wake up to this because it's making me absolutely sick that he is so bold that he dare sit near Charlie Kirk's chair, that he dare grace that stage when Charlie Kirk.
But you weren't invited, Candace. You were not invited to AmFest. And obviously, she said everyone there were paid staff members of YAF. That came out of her mouth. I just take her words and use it against her. You said everybody there was a paid staff member of YAF. Somehow Candace Owens was not invited to speak at AmFest, so it's mighty funny.
Knew exactly what Ben Shapiro was and will always be. So again, on your belly, Ben Shapiro. We'll be back after a brief break.
On your belly?
All right, you guys, when they double down on abortion, you know.
You mean on your belly? Then you go into a commercial with this girl. Bye. Is she really mad because they didn't invite her to AmFest? That's what she mad about?
If there is going to be one solitary person who convinces me, who has convinced me that the public is justified in looking into Erica Kirk, it is Ben Shapiro, okay?
Wow. So you finna go into look into Erica Kirk now. I told you all it was just a matter of time. No, you can't make this up. See, Erica Kirk, this is why you should not have flown out there to Tennessee unless you were being intentional and you're trying to get some stuff on the record. Yeah, girl. Go ahead, Bonquisha. Usher that lawsuit into your life.
Didn't like Charlie. You're telling me he's just obsessed with defending the honor of his widow? No, he's fearful. He's fearful of something about Erica Kirk. He just keeps calling out Erica Kirk on stage, demanding allegiance to Erica Kirk. Who are you? Actually, who are you? Why are you in this conversation? Why were you so quick to say...
While she invokes herself into the entirety of Charlie Kirk's assassination, even to go so far as to say someone's trying to assassinate her, thereby taking away the attention of the fact that she cannot tell us who pulled the trigger.
You would pick up his bloody mic and carry on. And didn't you just like fire half of your force that was involved in Daily Wire Kids, only to then drop $1 million on Charlie's show? Care. Again, weaseling your way into the chair when you weren't invited to go on there, but Matt Walsh was, because that's what you do. Wheel and deal behind the scenes to make people think that you're liked. It's embarrassing, really, Ben. It's truly, honestly embarrassing. Why are you not embarrassed to be alive? I don't understand it. Anyways, so his general demeanor is starting to make me think that there's something there, right? The Fort Huachuca thing, it's definitively compelling, I would say. I am learning also that Fort Huachuca has ties to Liberty University and that you can attend classes there and achieve your degree at Liberty University. Still working to verify that. But Mark Amadei, we're going to get to that, actually, that congressman in a second, Amadei, has come out and really kind of not answered where he was on the morning of the 9th. And as I said, I don't know if we can rely entirely on the memory of one person who believes that he saw these individuals. But what I can say is that
wait a minute. What? Oh, wait a minute.
I think that there's something there, right? The Fort Huachuca thing, it's definitively compelling, I would say.
No, you came up with that BS and then you brought in some fool and some clown who didn't show a DD-214 yet. I don't even care who he claims to be. I want a DNA profile done on him to prove his identity. Because that's the only way I could be assured. Raw, concrete, scientific evidence. This man did not show a DD-214, but gave 3 cards, one of which was blurred, 2 were heavily redacted, didn't even show his name. We look up one court document, one lawsuit against a government agency from a Mitchell Snow, and it was dismissed with failure to prosecute based on court rule. And yet she's raising money for his legal aid fund.
Really, Ben, it's truly, honestly embarrassing. Why are you not embarrassed to be alive? I don't understand it. Anyways,
Candace.
So
it's so mad. Candace, I hope he's laughing at your ass. Okay, Bonquish.
His general demeanor is starting to make me think that there's something there, right? The Fort Huachuca thing, it's definitively compelling, I would say. I am learning also that Fort Huachuca has ties to Liberty University, and that you can attend classes there and achieve your degree at Liberty University, still working to verify.
Candace, are you thinking about going back to school? Because you should probably go back to school to try to prove those 2 degrees you said you've earned. You know, that journalism and English degree? You said you got 2 degrees. You know, you're too much of a narcissist and a cult leader to not prove that you have 2 degrees. Why don't you just show us the degrees? Hold them up. They would have come in a little binder thing, nice little binder folds, real thick, leather bound. Why don't you just hold up the 2 degrees? Or why are they not framed in some sort of beautiful, nice frame on the back of your wall behind you? You can have your degrees hanging behind you so that people can see you actually have a degree in English and a degree in journalism. There's a thought. When are you going to show proof of those 2 degrees, Candace? Because we haven't seen proof of 2 degrees. Why don't you just show us the degrees? Go back to school, Candace, so you can get those degrees.
By that, Mark Amadei, we're going to get to that congressman in a second. Amadei has come out and really kind of not answered where he was on the morning of the 9th. And as I said, I don't know if we can rely entirely on the memory of one person who believes that he saw these individuals. But what I can say,
he believes he saw them, but yet there are cameras that would have definitely recorded it. Why did you ask him for the security camera footage? He claimed he was there to get documentation. How about this, Candace? Why didn't you ask him, did you pull out your cell phone and take a photo of this? Because wouldn't that be highly unusual to see someone like an Erica Kirk there with a Brian Harpool when they should have been? One was with her mother. Erica Kirk was with her mother at the hospital with her mother. There's hospital security camera footage that would put Erica Kirk in a hospital with her mom because, it's cameras there as well. Brian Harpool was with Charlie Kirk. So somehow they showed up magically at this, military base that's got cameras all around. But not only did he not get the footage of the security camera that was installed all over the base, because one of them we pointed out in the photo she posted at a pole. It's a white camera. That's not the only camera on that base. Then she fails to ask him, why didn't you just pull out your cell phone and take a picture? You took a picture of yourself. Did she not show us a picture that he took allegedly while he's standing outside with nothing behind him? But he's supposed to be on a military base looking for the CID building. But he takes a picture wearing, ironically, the same black polo shirt. And he has nothing in the background. Just bush, trees, and dirt, and one paved road. But she did not ask him, why didn't you pull out your phone and take a photo of Erica Kirk? How did you identify her if you said the only person you recognized with TPUSA was Charlie Kirk? Then how did you identify Erica Kirk or Brian Harpool? Other people that would be affiliated with TPUSA? She didn't correct him on that either. Candace, you didn't ask for any DD-214. Where's the photos of this green pickup truck? Where's the hotel security camera footage? You think he would just take more than just one photo of himself? This grown-ass man who had the opportunity to take a photo on a military base of Erica Kirk, Brian Harple, some congressman wearing a congressman's suit, but he didn't pull out the phone and do it. But he took one of himself. He got a selfie in. Like we give a damn about that. No hotel security camera footage. None of that shit. Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Bonquisha. As you were.
Is that we verified 1000% that he was where he said he was, that there was a meeting.
No, you didn't.
He says that there was a meeting. We verified that Blake Neff, not Blake Neff, pardon me, Captain Neff was there, the one that he says was nice, but he got questioned for a very long time. They wanted to hold him for 24 hours. So everything else that people are trying to dig up about Mitch, you can just ignore. Okay, that is a distraction, right? The only way that you can help debunk anything that he has said is to say, oh, actually, I was the person that was there. It wasn't this congressman, it was me. Or I was staying at the Candlewood Inn and Suites and I saw this couple or, these two individuals in the hotel as well. And it was actually somebody else. It was my cousin. We are looking only for somebody to debunk those two aspects.
No. Because you can't separate one from the other. He should have taken a photo. Why the hell do you want everybody else to prove you wrong when you didn't even ask him about evidence to prove him right? This Mitch Snow comes on Bonquisha's show, and he said he spotted Erica Kirk on a military base, Fort Huachuca. And yet, he didn't take 2 seconds to pull out his phone and take a photo of it. He did not get any surveillance camera footage because his cameras installed all over that damn military base. Not one photo, not one still image, not one video footage. Nothing. And she's saying we verified these things. And yet she doesn't actually show the evidence or the documentation of how she verified that. Verified it based on what? Are we talking about cell phone pinging off of a tower here or an actual photo or video? How did you verify that? She won't say that at all because you're lying by omission, Bonquisha. AKA Candace, you're lying by omission.
These individuals, but what I can say is that we verified 1000% that he was where he said he was. That there was a meeting where he says that there was a meeting. We verified that Blake Neff, Blake Neff, pardon me, Captain Neff was there, the one that he says was nice, but he got questioned for a very long time. And they wanted to hold him for 24 hours. Everything else that people are trying to dig up about Mitch, you can just ignore. Okay, that is a distraction.
Oh, no, this is to ignore that. Oh, I'm sorry. So they're supposed to ignore this whole case where he said he had a lawsuit against the government. Candace, he went on your dumb show and said he has a lawsuit against the government where both of these resulted in a dismissal and then the second one upheld the first one. So we're supposed to ignore court documents now? We're supposed to ignore this stuff here. This is an order from, you can go and get this as a FOIA request, from the court. It's the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit. Mitchell Snow, the Department of the Interior, the only lawsuit I've seen so far about Mitchell Snow suing any government agency, because he just said government. He wasn't specific in name the actual agency. So I had to just do a Google search to try to find anything between a Mitchell Snow and the government. This is what I found. The Department of the Interior, because reasons. And they told him flat out, the petitioner having failed to file an appendix required by Federal Circuit rule. Because you can't make this up. We're not supposed to believe that this order with a court that anyone can FOIA exists. In our reality here on Earth, Candace, you're on the wrong planet. It says, having failed to file an appendix required by Federal Circuit Rule 30A sub A within the time permitted by the rules, it is ordered that the petition for review be and the same hereby is dismissed for failure to prosecute in accordance with the rules. Unless you're going to say that this Mitchell Snow that said he was suing the government is not the same as the Mitchell Snow you had on your show, Candace, then how is it that you expect people to ignore those very real court documents? You want people to literally ignore what they can see and read for themselves from a court, because now we're just warping reality, right? We're bending the hell out of reality. Candace, we're not in the mood to time travel to that moon that you came from that revolves around Jupiter. We're not in the mood.
Right? The only way that you can help debunk anything that he has said is to say, oh, actually, you know, I was the person that was there. It wasn't this congressman. It was
no. Just show us a photo. We don't care about the congressman. Did they pull the trigger? Candace, did this congressman pull the trigger? You want people to believe what you say because you know that you're fundraising for this con artist and this scammer. And there is no open federal lawsuit because I'm still waiting to get the court docs here. So why didn't you post that up? Candace, you are bad at this. You are bad at this, girl. You said he was suing the government. Why didn't you post up those court documents? You posted up a selfie photo he took. A photo of two people in the military high ranking. And a photo of redacted or blurred out ID cards where you can't even see the damn name. But you didn't post up the court documents. So you want your cult to believe everything you say, which they already do. But you expect everyone else to do that, which is an insult to our intelligence.
Me. Or I was staying at the Candlewood Inn and Suites and I saw this couple or, you know, these two individuals in the hotel as well. And it was actually somebody else. It was my cousin. We are looking only for somebody to debunk those two aspects.
We don't have to do that. You do it. You call the hotel and get the hotel security camera footage. They have a camera outside the hotel, in the lobby, at the check-in desk, at the elevators, in each hallway. You got cameras everywhere in that hotel. You get the camera footage and send us the make and model and the license plate tag number for this green pickup truck. Because you said somebody got picked up in a pickup truck that's green, but no make and model of it. You're supposed to be showing this evidence, Candace, because that's how this works. You know, because you're bad at this. That's how good journalism works. You don't sit here and put that stuff out there. You can't show it. I can pull up these orders because I researched it first. I could talk about this federal lawsuit where you're a co-defendant because, you know, pump and dump schemes and stuff, because I actually can show the court docket. You have not shown any court documents on anything. And yet your cult is giving this man money for some legal defense. We just saw an order where a case was dismissed because he failed to prosecute based on a court rule. So where are the other court documents if I'm wrong?
Okay, because he was where he says he was, and everything else we have verified. Ignore the noise and stay focused on that note, because we did know that he was going to get attacked by a lot of trolls. And I did tell you we would put together a Give, Send, Go. You can support Mitch at givesendgo.com/Candace podcast. I literally just hit publish on this right before we went live because I realized I hadn't done it. I need to fill out more and a little bit more about his story, but give.
No. You have nothing else to fill out. So if this helpful, if y'all see these orders posted up, and it's got Lady Luck Club Sucks on it, it's because she got it from my video. Candace, when he tried to go back with an attorney to fight the previous ruling, they upheld it again. This cause having been heard and considered, it is ordered and adjudged per curiam. Toronto and Stark, 3 whole judges, circuit judges at that, affirmed their ruling previously. It was dismissed. Candace, you raising money for this? It was dismissed. This was dismissed. See that? Failure to prosecute in accordance with the rules. So he couldn't even follow the rules and do it the right way. And then when he tried to get an attorney, it was too damn late. And they're like, look, stop wasting our time. We already done told your ass. Bye-bye. Go home and tell Candace Owens to make her husband a sandwich. You can't make this out. Now they're raising all this stupid money for a matter she can't prove exists in court.
Sendgo.com/Candace podcast to support him. And like I said, I got the paperwork regarding his lawsuits, everything he said about being put on an NDA for 35 years. It is all real. It is all verified. Take my word on it. You don't have to send a bunch of emails and saying, well, maybe this sounds weird. How do you get onto the base? We verified it all.
Oh, no, she don't want y'all to ask her no questions. But she gets asked dumbass questions she's been asking for 3.5 months. You can't. Questions only work one way, y'all, because her cult is just having a tizzy. They still keep misspelling your name, Candace. It's Candace, not ICE. You know, because they're just copying and pasting or they're just computing what's being said. This got to be part of the transcript. I'm still seeing the bots and her cult members misspell her first name. You can't make this.
Okay. Now, regarding Fort Huachuca and what it is, or who he believes that he saw, we told you obviously that he thought that he saw.
Yeah, trust what I say and nothing of what I do. Lying by omission again, Candace?
To support him. And like I said, I got the paperwork regarding his lawsuits, everything he said about being put on an NDA for 35 years. It is all real. It is all verified. Take my word on it. You don't have to send a bunch of emails and saying, well, maybe this sounds weird. How do you get onto the base? We verified it all. Okay. Now.
Oh my gosh. She said, just take my word for it. Take
my
emails
word
and
saying, well, maybe this sounds.
You don't have to send a bunch of emails and saying, well,
sounds
maybe
weird. How do you get onto the base? We verified it all.
Sounds weird. How do you get onto the base? We verified it all. How again? How? Because see, what you cannot do, Candace, is tell us to stop asking questions either. Bonquisha, just get through this, girl.
Okay. Now, regarding Fort Huachuca and what it is, or who he believes that he saw, we told you obviously that he thought that he saw the congressman from Vegas, Mark Amadei. And I will say, regarding the call sign in Vegas, we keep telling you that call sign at various times says Sam 702 or RCH 702. Well, that's Vegas. 702 is Vegas. Shocking just about area codes. Obviously, 702.
Nowhere near the UVU campus, though. You're still not putting them at the scene of the crime. So what the hell are we talking about?
Is Vegas. So that could just be obviously a coincidence, but it becomes compelling. Well, Mark Amadei apparently received a ton of phone calls from his constituents who wanted to know where he was. Like, where were you actually on the morning of the 9th? I want to remind you guys, the meeting was concluding at 7:30. We verified his call logs. We verified everything. The meeting.
You didn't show the call logs because you don't know what call logs look like. We all know that because you said the same thing about Mikey McCoy's call logs. And that's not a call log you see in a damn phone. No phone on earth exists where the call log looks like what you typed up because you typed it up. It wasn't real. They gave her nothing.
Was concluding around 7:30 a.m. in the morning on the 9th. On Fort Huachuca, at Fort Huachuca. So it is entirely possible. And as flight routes show for planes that did maybe perhaps were in attendance at this meeting, you can get back to DC. You just can, obviously, in that time frame. Well, Mark Amadei tweeted this.
Candace is laughing because she's saying in her mind, I cannot believe these idiots are buying this. Candace, your cults are dumber than you, okay? The bots are just copy-paste. I mean, they're bots. What do you expect? You know, because Brandon Orlando Tatum, bots. B-O-T. Candace, they're not questioning anything. Who are you trying to convince? Because people who are not convinced, like myself, we don't care about this BS you saying. Can you tell us who pulled the trigger? Tell us who pulled the trigger on the damn gun.
Yes, he tweeted, for those of you information consumers who are stuck in practices of the old days, who prefer facts to dreams and falsehoods, take comfort knowing that in public service, there is this thing called the public record. The public record on September 8th indicates that I was returning to Washington, D.C. from my district and voting on the floor of the House of Representatives. And on September 9th, in a 12-hour markup in the House Appropriations Committee, of which I am a member, as well as voting on the House floor.
I wish these people would stop responding to her. If you're going to respond to her, do it through a lawsuit at this point. Because look what she's doing. She's reading it as content. Stop engaging. Like Candace who? What'd she say? I don't give a damn. Bye. She's not disrupting my sleep or slumber. She doesn't pay my mortgage. I don't give a damn what she says. I'm not bending to her will. Tell her to keep that entertainment over there and that buffoonery for her coat. She don't run shit over here. I would rather have seen that in his post. Candace Owens doesn't run shit over here. I don't know why she thinks I owe her an explanation. And I find it to be hilarious that she's a whole cult leader and no one's saying anything about that. You can't make this happen.
Should you prefer video to the words of a member of the federal legislature, please feel free to view the House Appropriations Committee's recording of said event on that date. To quote Ronald Reagan, facts are stubborn things. Merry Christmas. So it's like, whoa, serving up. I was for 12 hours locked into this meeting. And so there I am. There's my alibi. Well, very quickly, the interneted and realized that actually
oh my God, did she just say that? The interneted. Candace, Bonquisha. Y'all. The interneted. Y'all, can y'all flood the chat with interneted? Interneted. You know, because a verb. The interneted. Y'all, hashtag interneted. Oh my God, Candace, just when I thought I heard it all. I'd rather hear you cuss than to just make up words. You can't make this. Interneted. Flood the chat with interneted. Come on, Candy ass cult members. Here's an opportunity for you to participate. You know, we don't speak cult, but perhaps you do. So interneted is the word. To the bots. If you're going to copy and paste, please copy and paste it correctly. Interneted, y'all. Candace, I don't take your bullshit serious.
So it's like, whoa, serving up. I was for 12 hours locked into this meeting. And so there I am. There's my alibi. Well, very quickly, the interneted and realized that actually he missed two of the roll calls that happened in the morning and that he was present in the evening or late afternoon. We are still working to verify that. I replied to that feed, but I can tell you what this person posted and showed. Diligent Dennison on X wrote, exposed, Rep. Mark Amadei tries and fails to give a solid alibi for the alleged September 9th meeting with Charlie Kirk's security, Brian Harpole. The rep claims to have been traveling to D.C. from his district on September 8th, then in a committee meeting for 12 hours all day on the 9th. However,
did he pull the trigger on the gun? Because that's all we care about at this point.
He was not present for roll call until the third meeting in mid-afternoon on the 9th in D.C. This means he spent the night in Arizona on September 8th, attended the morning meeting on the 9th, and caught a military flight 3 to 4 hours away from the base to make it in time for the third roll call in D.C. I can't believe you tried to act like you were there all day. Cooked. Cooked at the end there.
And yeah, because you said interneted. I can't believe that either. Did this congressman pull the trigger? For F's sake. Can you stop sitting here trying to just dabble on things day by day? Did he pull the trigger? Can you place this congressman at the campus when Charlie Kirk was shot? If you can't even place him at the scene of the crime, we don't care. We just don't care. That's why you keep listening to my videos, Heifer. because you know you're bad at this. You're bad at this. Why didn't you post the court documents up?
And they were able to demonstrate, according to records, that he did miss 2 of the roll calls. Now, there might be a reason. Again, we are looking for follow-up.
He was on the toilet.
Our goal here is if he has an alibi and he was there on the floor for 12.
Candace, maybe he was in the bathroom. He had some things to work out. Perhaps he had to take the biggest dump ever. Was he supposed to send you a photo of the shit he took in the toilet?
12 hours. We would be obviously happy to say that. Like I said, we can confirm every aspect of Mitch's story, but we can't confirm his memory and whether or not he is good with facial recognition. But I do find it to be compelling.
Oh, now you said,
for a few.
And you know damn well you only heard that from me. Now there's a facial recognition. Why you can't do that with Mitchell Snow again? So you couldn't do the facial recognition with Mitchell Snow claiming to be on a military base, who was walking, by the way, got kicked off and alleged he spotted Erica Kirk and Brian Harpole and some congressmen and blah, blah, blah. No camera footage, no photos to show that. But yet, facial recognition can be done on this congressman, but not on Mitchell Snow on a military base where there are cameras everywhere. Candace, you're a hypocrite.
Reasons. One is that I was actually given the travel logs for Brian Harpole, and it is entirely possible that Brian Harpole could have made it for that meeting. I can tell you that definitively. Brian Harpole could have made it to that base for that early morning meeting. There is no question. And obviously,
did she ever show the travel logs? Because Candace, we don't have to believe shit you say. Just your coat.
Obviously, in the interest of making sure that I'm not misrepresenting him, I have now reached out to Brian Harpole twice. I have his number because he was Charlie's security. I went on tour with Charlie for years, messaged him and know that he received it according to iMessage. I messaged him again. I messaged him, just so we're clear, before we went live yesterday.
Candace, this man is not going to want to talk to you when he's being doxxed and harassed and bullied and defamed. And they said he had some credit cards or something stolen. All because you're going after him. You know, because everything you touch dies or something or gets defamed. Every time you talk, litigation begins. Tim Pool was not lying. You know, we know you don't care, but don't get mad when you get hit with these lawsuits, girl. Don't get mad.
And I messaged him again since, and I asked him, hey, look, we're only in the interest in telling the truth. If you were somewhere that morning, let us know and we'll clarify that. You would think that.
Wouldn't there be actual video camera footage that exists? Once again, he would have been caught on a camera. Show the footage.
He would jump at opportunity because why would you want to have people even thinking or surmising that you could have been at this meeting when you can easily debunk it? We got crickets from him. Again, it could turn out that it was a Brian Harpole lookalike. It is totally plausible that he just mistook someone's identity, and I am totally open to that.
Or that he flat out lied and no camera footage would ever prove him right. Candace, there are cameras all over the military base. Maybe you should go on one. Go on a military base so you can get the feel of it and you can see what's there. While you're at it, go to UVU. You know, because everybody else is going over there and proving things except you. But you're the one that said you're going to tell us who the shooter is that pulled the trigger.
I'm just looking for more information. There was one person who we are vetting who believes that they have evidence that the people that Mitch saw were in fact on that base on that date. We will keep you guys obviously posted on that. Now, something else interesting happened. I have been sending, just so you know, when I send Mitch stuff that's happening and I'm trying to guess who was there or who wasn't there, I don't give him the context when I send him pictures. So when he first described the congressman, described the person's height and their, you know.
Candace, if you showed him the photo, naturally he's going to ask, who is this? Because he didn't know. So naturally, if you did that, why not just wait until he came on the show? And then put up the photo and say, can you identify this person? Why not just catch him off guard with it? You said, well, I showed you some pictures, you know, off screen before the interview. Why didn't you show the photos during the interview and simply ask him, can you identify this person? It's that simple. Because, Candace, that's how journalism works. I don't lead any person that I'm interviewing or anything into a question. I'll give them my thoughts on something and some context, but I won't lead them into it. And I'm damn sure I'm not going to get upset if they say something that might be contrary to what I think, in my opinion, in it. That's the point of exercise of free speech and exchanging ideas. I literally proved that with a whole attorney on Saturday with Milk Bar. With any other person I've had on my platform here in the LLC. We ask them questions, and sometimes they may say something that I don't agree with. And I'm okay with that. You know, the earth is not going to stop revolving around the sun. But she could have showed these photos while she was interviewing him and asking him questions and simply said, do you recognize this individual? Can you identify this person? Because we have yet to see a photo of Erica Kirk on the military base. Because we all need to see that, Candace. We just need to see it.
Glasses, this or that. I had sent a few congressmen. He was like, no, 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 no. And then we landed upon the Las Vegas congressman. We did not give him the name. I didn't know his name, to be honest with you. And he went, that's the guy. Lie. So it was interesting. And of course, this was before we discovered the planes and the route to Las Vegas. So that was compelling.
No evidence on this.
Yesterday, and genuinely because I was sitting down having a discussion at dinner with Johnny Yep, who runs Catholic for Catholics, and we were sort of discussing everything. And I get this text message from Skylar being like, Ben Shapiro is like on stage. She's just like calling you out again. I said to myself, what is his investment in this? Why do I feel like he's somewhere along the way implicated in something? Let me clarify. I'm not saying he murdered Charlie Kirk, but it doesn't matter if I said that either way. That's his whole style is to try to sue people out of the free markets because he can't win in the free markets. But
Candace, if he sues you, he sued you. The end. It's that simple. You keep trying to say things as if you're trying to harass and intimidate him out of doing it. It's not going to work. You don't have the authority to do that. And any judge would rightfully so put you in place. Just like with the Macrons. You can't bully them out of filing a lawsuit. Nope. They did it anyway. The rest of them need to follow suit. And they need to hurry the hell up. Because you can't make this stuff up. Candace, if they're going to sue you, they're going to sue you. I thought you said you wanted to be sued. Did she not say, sue me, sue me? I want subpoena power. Now she's changing her mind?
Yeah. I'm going, what is this? Why do I feel like there's a hook here?
Oh, she wanted subpoena power.
And at that time, someone had mentioned to me, hey, did you see what's going viral right now on X? Which is that Erica Kirk lied about having not dated anybody before Charlie Kirk. And actually, I knew that she had dated somebody before Charlie Kirk, and I had never known that she had made that claim, and people were starting to make all of these videos about it and wondering if she had misremembered or whether or not she was telling an intentional lie about her past. Now, what I can say is that there does seem to be disparity between her version of events and other people's version of events. Definitively at that meeting, obviously,
Candace, unless it's the person that pulled the trigger on the gun, why do we care about this? You want people digging into, you know what? Never mind. I mean, you know, has Candace ever had a boyfriend before Boys Club? Other than her being in love with Charlie Kirk?
Already intimated that to you. Like Andrew Colvett has a memory, Erica Kirk has a memory, and then the surgeon has a memory, right? Huh? I should also mention that the surgeon said, and again, this is through a third-party person, so it's not a direct line between me and the surgeon, that he absolutely did not violate HIPAA when he suggested.
Who's a third-party person?
Suggested, hey, maybe it's a frangible bullet, but rather that it was a three-way call with him and Andrew and Erica. I don't know if he's telling the truth or if Erica's telling the truth and Andrew Colvett was flying blind.
A call would be a call log. There would be a call log to indicate a call was made. You would have seen that on a call log. You know, those call logs you didn't bother to ask to get, you know, screenshot of. I mean, you met with Erica Kirk. Why didn't you just ask her to show you the call log of that call? Erica Kirk probably would have looked at her like, Helfer, I'm not showing you shit.
But, there's a disparity. And as I was looking at this, I sort of went, oh, wait, yeah, I do remember that Charlie told me about Cabot Phillips dating a girl. For some reason, I thought it was Sammy, the other girl that he had a crush on. And I was like, was it Erica? That's so funny. I'm trying to remember this.
Yeah, because she can't remember that when he actually started dating his wife, because they were such close friends. I want y'all to pay attention to this. To the Luxters, because the cult members gonna believe whatever they want to believe. To the Luxters. She was very, very close best friends with Charlie Kirk. And yet, she can't even remember, at the very least, when he started dating his own wife he married. Right? But, we all know that she was sitting here in love with this man. Madly in love with him. But somehow, she has no idea when he started dating his own wife, let alone another woman, because she doesn't know anything. Because reasons.
But, there's a disparity. And as I was looking at this, I sort of went, oh, wait, yeah, I do remember that Charlie told me about Cabot Phillips dating a girl. For some reason, I thought it was Sammy, the other girl that he had a crush on. And I was like, was it Erica? That's so funny. I'm trying to remember this.
No,
and so then I saw a picture in somebody's TikTok of Cabot Phillips. I hadn't seen him in a very long time. And he works for the Daily Wire. And he had a beard. And that was the thing that he kept saying to me, as this guy had a beard. He's around 37. Anyways, I sent him the picture of Cabot Phillips. And he says,
but she never showed it during the show when she was interviewing him. And just let him identify him in real time. No. Because Candace, you lie by omission so much. We can't even trust that even if you were to do that you will be doing that in good faith. That whole concept of doing something in good faith that goes over your head because you're not doing this in good faith at all. Because she's not. She's not doing this in good faith.
Yes. That's the person I remember being at the base.
Now, wait, did he pull the trigger on the gun?
I'm like, that would be totally crazy. Maybe, again, this could be a lookalike. And so I messaged Cabot Phillips and did not get a response. I messaged Cabot Phillips twice today, actually, and asked him if he wanted to have an off-record conversation because
nothing is off the record with you, Candace. No one trusts you. Did he pull the trigger on the gun? Did you put him on the scene of the crime with the gun in his hand? Because we're still waiting on you to tell us that.
You can't just take that to the bank. Like I said, I am terrible with faces. So if I saw Cabot Phillips, I had to just from memory, there's 30,000 other people I would say it was definitely him too. And I can't trust Mitch's vision on this, but it at least is compelling. And I was like, let me do some basic fact checks here. What do I even know about this guy, Cabot Phillips? And I know that he does the morning wire at the Daily Wire. And I checked and he's missing.
I never got the name of that Swiss bank. Who's supposed to be telling me that? One of her cult members supposed to be telling me the name of that bank. It's a Swiss bank, because Swiss accounts. She's like, obviously, I can't take that to the bank. Yeah, no, because it would be a Swiss bank according to your cult. They say you have Swiss accounts. Or is money going to Swiss accounts? Something, New Mexico Department of Justice, something. Because this is why I'm the queen of this shit. Because I do recall things that even her own cult members say. While she tells everyone she hates everybody.
From the morning wire. He doesn't do it daily, but he does it enough times that I noticed that he is missing from September 4th to the September 10th on that show. And so I am looking to see to just debunk or remove him from the picture.
Yeah, that's debunk
that. And maybe to get a clearer understanding that maybe, Mitch thinks he remembers things. I mean, he's super detail oriented, telling me what kind of watch the person was wearing because he was like, I was going to go up to him and I was going to say something. But I'm going, I don't know anything about actually Cabot Phillips. And it was very difficult to find any information outside of his father kind of watch the person was wearing because he was like, I was going to go up to him and I was going to say something. But I'm going, I don't know anything.
Pause. You don't. Candace, I am so glad you admitted that hard part out loud. You don't know anything. Period. Because, we can do this too. Just like you like to trunk up and slice up videos and only watch one part and not the other. Yeah, we can do the same thing. Candace does not know anything. We can all agree to that. Amen. Amen. All right, let's put amen in the chat. Candace does not know anything. Candace, you remember when you only played half of a video to try to make it seem like Tyler Robinson didn't say a certain term? No one says this word, but they say this word, and then he turns around and says the word. Candace, we can pause and sit here and slice things up too. This is fun for me. You can't make this up. Candace doesn't know anything. I'm so glad she said. Candace, you don't know anything. Can you tell us who pulled the trigger? You gonna be able to do that? I think she might be admitted before she does something like that. I foresee this going down this path, Candace, where you end up faking some sort of a fainting spell. And then, you get somebody to say, oh, she's under so much stress trying to find out who pulled the trigger on the gun. And Lady Luck Club is just so demanding while she keeps stealing my quips. And then, she decided to do facial recognition of everybody that came in the hospital so that they can make sure that they didn't spot her ass laying up in here, faking it until she made it because of her fainting spells, because she cannot solve the mystery of who shot Charlie Kirk. She just can't do it because she can't. Candace, because you don't know anything. So you don't even think to ask for video camera footage either. I mean, seriously. And all that get some understanding. Reading is hard for Candace, apparently. Words are just words. It's like letters put together. As long as they have less than 2 syllables, I think she can read it, but she still doesn't comprehend it because the internet is interneted.
About actually Cabot Phillips, and it was very difficult to find any information outside of his father.
That's how she
who I found a lot of information about. Actually, he's a pretty big guy, taking a lot of money from the Adelsons.
You're stretching out
and definitely a neocon. I'll tell you that for free.
What?
So I thought, could this be the reason that, in my back of my mind, could this be the reason that Ben's having some sort of a weird spiral? Does he know something? Or is this just a case, and it could be, just be very clear, it could be a...
Yeah, Bonquisha is high as hell. I forgot to tell you. Karen already does the baby powder booger sugar. Bonquisha is just high as fuck. Like she high. She on cloud 9, honey. She talking about neocons. Oh, that's a unicorns. That midget horse. He came in on a midget horse. It was purple. Ben Shapiro, Candace said you were riding midget horses. And they're purple. They have this little nodule in the middle. Like My Little Pony. You had a My Little Pony in your possession. And you told no one? How dare you?
Full case of Mitch misremembering, but I didn't give him the context. I didn't say this is Erica's ex-boyfriend from 2017. And I just found that to be interesting. And so I don't know what the reason would be to say that you didn't date someone. You did.
Yeah, who knows?
And I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand that at all. And the internet did pull.
Maybe she's trolling you, Candace, and all of your cult. Erica Kirk, keep trolling her ass because she just, they just gonna try to stalk you all over the internet. Yeah, just keep trolling them. You can't make this
up, which I think we can show that. Yes, we're that couple who gets painting lessons together. There's a lot of social media activity between her and his family. I was also really compelled by how close she is with her cousin.
I'm really jealous of
this Nicole Rothstein, who defends her in the comments currently, by the way, and says, Eric.
Yeah, because maybe you should just leave her alone. Candace, why do we care about this? Did he pull the trigger? Who's the other guy? The Cabot Phillips, who still works for TPUSA. Did he pull the trigger? Is he the gunman?
People were asking why it seems like now there's this bend towards Israel, and Nicole Rothstein was like, "I'm her cousin. She's half Jewish." I did not genuinely. I did know that she was part Jewish. I don't know about any of this at all. But it is interesting that they had a relationship, and I don't know why that's being wiped from the memory. There's nothing wrong with having a relationship.
I don't care. Maybe she's lying. Who cares? Did he pull the trigger on the gun? I'm gonna be honest. I care nothing about another woman's past love life. Candace is very bonquisha. Don't make me pull up that photo of you grabbing that woman's ass. Can we talk about that? Can you tell us who that woman is that you took that photo with where you were very, very pregnant and you're grabbing her booty? Is that what you're trying to do with Erica Kirk? You want to grab her booty?
Where you find love of your life at all. And so I'm hopeful that we can get some answers. And that's why I ask them publicly. When I can't get answers privately, I ask them publicly. Do you want to know why? Because I have a right to ask questions. And like I said, I don't like the way.
Oh, she's the only one to ask questions. Candace, we got a ton of questions. Let's start with the hotel camera footage, or the military base camera footage, or this con artist you're raising money for that has no photo, or his DD-214, or when are you going to post his court documents? When are you going to post that FBI text messages? I could keep going, girl.
Ben is signaling that he doesn't want people looking into Erica, okay? And when people start looking in, they then find that a Daily Wire employee dated her. So that seems interesting, to say the very least. And we should figure out, you know, what's actually going on. Like, what is actually going on? He even says the Mossad. I never once said the Mossad killed Charlie Kirk. So was that by accident?
You said the planet did. We're all traitors. We're all treasonous. I hate everyone. You remember that? Wouldn't that include them? Wait, you said any country could be accused of being genocidal, right? We could replace that with Mossad, could we not? Candace, there are a lot of things that you could say and a lot of things you don't say that you should be saying. At the end of the day, you're not telling us anything that is substantiated with evidence. I'm still daring you to say that Russia commits genocide. I dare you to say that.
Accident. Definitely starting to think in a major way that Israel's got something to do with killing Charlie Kirk and the Egyptian planes, which we are putting the final touches on because I don't want there to be even one typo or mistake on this that we're going to put up on our website.
When are you going to be done? Tell us who the shooter is. I don't care about your theories about that. Is it going to be the shooter that is photographed at UVU campus with the gun in their hand? That's what we want to know.
Right. It leads you to Israel. It just does. Okay. No. There's no question. That's why they were panicking about the Egyptian planes. Fort Huachuca is involved in lawsuits and sworn affidavits regarding 9/11. People who asserted that the prepping for that took place. The vibes are vibing here at Fort Huachuca. The more of it I learned about Fort Huachuca. And that's why we open you guys to this investigation to send us tips. And I would like to focus you on what we would like to learn. If you have concrete evidence of what occurred at Fort Huachuca on the early morning.
You're starting with the actual military base security camera footage that has date and time stamped because it will. Let's send that. And don't send it to Candace because she's not going to show it because it doesn't fit her moot point. And she never did ask this con artist of a Mitchell Snow why he failed to take out his cell phone and take a picture of Eric Kirk. He could have taken that photo his damn self, you know, because he was already there for allegedly getting documentations. For what? I don't know. Where's the court documents? Candace, you said he's raising money for a legal fund. And the Federal Circuit Court, 3 judges upheld a ruling for his matter to be dismissed for failing to prosecute. Court rules matter as well, Candace. You'll learn that the hard way. Judge Rennie has no problem teaching you a few things or two. Pay attention.
Of the 9th, we want to hear from you. We do not want an email about what Mitch did in 1993 and why you don't think he's a good person because he had a divorce.
Yeah, send her all of that in her tip line. Send her every single thing. Go back 20 good years, 35 good years. You know, tell her, here's the timeline of what he did between him going to the hotel room and taking a poop for 2 hours. Give her everything. Flood that damn tip line. Candace, we're here to troll you.
His wife. We just don't need that. We do not want an email saying, I'm in the military. It would be unusual for them to allow him to book the hotel. We've already confirmed all of it. He has a literal video of him that's 18 minutes long asking for directions to get to where he's going. We can see in the background where he is. We don't want you to waste your time on that. We have verified.
She didn't play the video. She didn't even take screenshots of the video and show us.
Everything we could verify about the story.
Where's the video?
We cannot verify the people. And Yeah, I just sent.
That doesn't mean you don't play the 18-minute footage. Play the video footage. Why don't you upload that as a regular video on your channel and premiere it?
That there's something there.
Show the
Ben is
video.
coming undone, and he only comes undone about one topic, and that is Israel.
So we're back at Ben.
So we will take a break, and I will answer some of your questions.
Oh, shit.
All right, you guys, you should.
How we made it. Why? Candace. Candace talk about F you and the midget My Little Pony purple horse you rode on. You can't make this up. She's so mad. Yeah, show us the 18-minute video. Thank you. Oh, we got to get some comments in. I got some supers. I appreciate you all. Y'all have a ton of fun. This is so much fun. Y'all, here's the link to Court Listener that we're going to go over regarding Candace Owens being named in a class action lawsuit, which is a federal lawsuit in Florida. Who child? Regarding a pump and dump scheme because meme coins and all. Things she still doesn't understand. Math. The difference between the number 9 and the letter N. Candace, you don't know the difference. You said it yourself. What's going on, Blue Moon? Shout out to you. Thank you so much for the $9.99. Super. Why the hate against Officer Tatum? I don't hate him. I don't hate anybody, child. I don't even know what's going on with him. I just know that he won't sit here and just say what needs to be said, but it's not hate. It's criticism. He explained the situation and unlikely others. He spoke many times against what she is doing without naming her. But yeah, that's the question. Why won't he name her? I think that's the question that people are asking here. If he's truly not afraid, then why won't he just say her name and say, Candace, you effing up, girl. You messing up. Even the Bible says, if you go to someone in private and they still continue to do what they're doing, then you could go to them in private with a third person so that they may bear witness to the truth. That doesn't work. Then you may have to rebuke them in public. There is a such thing as gentle correction done the right way in love. He said he loves her like a sister. Naturally so, because, he's supposed to be the VP of something and only work 5 hours a week. Yeah, you're going to feel like you owe that person something forever. The problem is she's grown. She's married with 4 kids, and Tatum does not pay her mortgage. He should be able to say her name and say, Candace, you're wrong. And if you're going to say these things, show evidence and not be afraid of her coat. They come up in here all the time when I go live. They don't bother me. They come in at their own peril. But he can't seem to say that. And see, here's the thing. If someone who does know and love her are able to correct her, they'll be able to do it in a better way. Me, I'm just going to laugh at her and clown her out. But if he claims to be like a big brother to her, he's always going to love her, see her as family. People who love you, care for you, want the best for you. They're not going to let you sit here and make a fool of yourself, which is what she's doing. And then she sets herself up for lawsuits and gets mad about it. But if he cared about her and her well-being, wouldn't he want to say, Candace, you got to stop? Or these people are going to be suing you left and right because the questions you're asking have nothing to do with who pulled the trigger on the gun. And you're supposed to be looking into that and telling us that. So please just stick to that and just tell us who pulled the trigger. Even if he encourages her to just get back on the path to where she said she was going to be on. She want to talk about everything else but that. I don't know Tatum. I don't watch his stuff like that. Y'all don't see me put out videos about him. But he's subjected to criticism as well. And I don't think everyone has to agree on the tactics that everyone else takes out. It doesn't change the fact that you might support her. It just means that if someone does not think that he is trying to correct her and he's trying to correct her the right way, that's their opinion. They're entitled to it. We cannot be too frivolous with the word hate. Criticism does not equate to hate. 2 different words with 2 different definitions. And I'm not trying to fuss anything or go in on you. I'm just saying, I don't like it when her and her cult people do it. I certainly don't encourage you all to do that. It's the phrasing and the wording that's very strong. Hate is a very strong word. It is not hate to say criticism. It's just not. Candace is the one saying I hate everyone. But if we give criticism to anyone, it's not you're hating on him. That takes on a whole new meaning. And the perception of that is you shouldn't be saying this or else you're hating him. No. It's just pointing out the obvious of what he's failing to do. Just like you're saying in your comment. He won't say her name. So why leave it vague and ambiguous if you're talking about someone specific? If he has the courage and the spine to say everything else, why can't he say her name? That would be my question. But Tatum, I don't keep up with Tatum. I'm gonna be honest. I don't. That's another 99 Super Blue Moon says he spoke about her one time, and she is no full-blown mental. She is allowed to attack others for 3 months. No one can attack here. And I like her. Ben did not lie. I want to make sure I'm understanding your comment correctly. She is allowed to attack others for 3 months. No one can attack here. And unlike her, Ben did not lie. Yeah, no, I don't think. I hope I'm understanding your comment correct. I don't know if Ben. Hell, Ben didn't lie about anything. I think he was very sensible in what he said. So that I agree to. Or maybe I'm confused with your comment. Just let me know. Or you can email me and give me some clarity. Because I do want to make sure I'm not misinterpreting it. So feel free to email me. So I'm not misinterpreting your email. Shout out to you though. Thank you so much for the 999 super. I appreciate that. I really do. And like I said, even if we don't always agree, it's okay. I don't think anyone has to agree with, anything that anyone says all the time. People disagree with what I say. and it's gonna happen. But I just want to make sure I'm not misinterpreting what you're saying. If that makes sense. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. Gentle contribution, generous contribution. Carrie said, go watch the Storm Monroe interview with Candace's cousin. It's interesting. Okay. I will check that out. That's why I highlighted your comment because I wanted to make sure I didn't forget to do that. So thank you, Carrie, for that. Storm Monroe, I'm assuming, is another content creator. Or is that the name of the cousin? Just let me know. I want to make sure I look up the right person. You don't see her relatives out like that. Thank you so much, March on, for the $20 super. Bonehead Bonquisha wishes she was as smart as Benny Boy. Happy holidays, Ms. LLC. Thank you for bringing joy and making this sheesh palatable. I'm happy to do it. Yeah, I have to laugh because Candace knows I don't take her crap seriously. I get irritated when she tries to insinuate the army or any military into a whole civilian death. And the fact that she just completely forgets the kids exist, that's disgusting to me. But this whole this live stream today, child, this video today. Oh my God, Candace. Bonquisha is just high as hell on cloud nine. You can't fathom it. I can't take it seriously. Candace. Just show us some damn evidence, girl. Show us the court docs and the army base footage. Chabu. Thank you so much for the $20 super. We gotta laugh at things to keep from getting a headache. Mark Johnston, another 10. Megan Kelly doesn't look well. It's gas or something like that. Megan Kelly is just full of crap. That's what it is. Megan Kelly needs a whole BM. Megan Kelly, you are a disgrace to the bar. I'm just saying that. I didn't have to go to law school to say this. You're a disgraced to anybody that is a real true litigator. I mean, honestly, you dropping the F-bomb. These people are using profanity. Tatum is going off, blowing off steam in videos. Candace is just say F you, talking about midget horses and My Little Pony. You got Megyn Kelly dropping the F-bomb 3-4 times in a row. And all for what? Tucker Carlson talking about nonsense. He just always yammering about something. Who knows? They're the ones that are actually sitting here, getting angry and upset. That's what's so interesting to me. Between Tatum, Candace, Megyn Kelly, and Tucker Carlson, those are the ones that are sitting here going off in videos and cussing at everybody. I use profanity, but I'm not sitting here trying to fake the funk about anything either. But they're the ones trying to set off this image like this just perfect. And then when they get upset because they know the questions coming their way, the comments coming their way, makes sense. People aren't going to stop because they don't like it, because then they're infringing upon our free speech and expression. They're just going to keep catching it. And then people are going to look at them weird because now they're getting mad about it. I mean, it's like with Tatum. He didn't have anything constructive to say. He won't say her name. Then don't say anything at all. But he chooses to speak, so he shouldn't get mad when someone responds to his ass. Neither should Megyn Kelly. People are going to respond to her. But they're the ones thinking that people should not respond to them or critique them or question them. And it's crazy. It's hypocrisy. So, yeah, I laugh at them every chance I get. I appreciate this. Thank you so much. I'm gonna make sure I don't lose my place. Lord have mercy. Thank you so much for the $10 super. Yeah, Candace don't look well either. She looks extraordinarily decrepit, child. What's going on? Is it Burande? I want to make sure I'm saying your name correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you for the $1.99 super. I appreciate that. She's jealous she wasn't there. Exactly. Shout out to you. Thank you so much, Marchon, for the $5 super. Call the Wawa ambulance for Miss Bonquisha. Wow, ambulance. Y'all, Candace is the Grinch that's still in Christmas spirit. You can't make this out. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Marchon. For the $5 super again. Did Saint Bonquisha just because ouch, my ears are hurting. She did. Yeah. She F you. Ooh, Christ ain't king in that, Candace. She always talking about Christ is king. Not in that one. Not in that statement. Christ is not king in that. Nope. No, ma'am. Candace, we just love throwing out that hypocrisy against you, girl. Thank you so much for the $5 super again. I appreciate it. It is an absolute blessing. Thank you so much for the generous contributions. I appreciate that. And we got the $19.99 super sticker from Pat Brooks. Thank you, Pat, for the super sticker. Shout out to all of you all. And like I said, I want to make sure I'm understanding your comment, Blue Moose. Feel free to please email me. That way I can read in its entirety what you said, and I'm not misinterpreting or misunderstanding anything, because I do when it's genuine, sincere comments and questions, I do want to understand what you guys are saying. The bots are one thing, they are what they are, but I appreciate all of you all. Y'all, another person is being dragged into this nonsense. This Philip person, all because he dated somebody. Can you believe this? Candace, you gotta come, girl. Yeah, so thank y'all so much for tuning in. That's all we have for this live stream tomorrow. I'm sure she's taking off a week or so because it's Christmas. So tomorrow we'll do Umar, because I said I was going to do Umar, and we're going to do some Umar and enjoy that and have a good time on that one. And then hopefully I can get this DeFord, this lawsuit, this class action lawsuit down covered. If anyone comes across any court documents on Mitchell Snow suing any government agency because Candace Owens refuses to post that information up, please send it to me. If it's not the same case we read tonight, send it to me. Because, like I said, it took a minute to find that information. I don't believe it's the same person, but whatever. Yeah, let's just start with that and go and see where it goes. And then that way I can share that information because people need to know this, Candace. You keep making these false promises, girl. And you still can't tell us who the shooter is. So I appreciate all of you all. Tavares, you should be very happy, bro. We're gonna go over Umar tomorrow. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna schedule the live to make sure it's done. And I think yeah, that's it. So thank y'all so much. Y'all have a good one. I appreciate all of you all for the support. Hit the like button on the way out. Thank you all for helping me hit that 30,000 supporter goal. You guys are an absolute blessing. Jesus loves the trolls as well. I feel like I gotta say this. And until the next one, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.